Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay, you're right. You're right, Alyssa. I need to change the title. Oops. Oops. Forgot. I thought I changed it, but apparently I didn't change it. So let me quickly change the title. Let me quickly change the title over on Twitch. Okay. So the title we're going to use is, let's see here. Hello, everyone, by the way. It was meant to be this. Let me change it to this. Ba-ba-da-ba. All right, need to open it up here. Hello, folks. Welcome to the stream, the pre-stream. Let me see here. So Trump, yeah, yeah, that's not what it's supposed to be. Let me see here. So I'm going to change this over quickly. I'll check the chat here in a second. Give me a moment. You all know you always see me while I'm stumbling around like a lunatic. Okay. Let me see here. Where is this shit? Uh, there we go. There we go. Okay. So luckily, actually, I'm glad that I need to change both of them because the Trump press conference, it is no longer there for some reason. So we need to I'll change it completely. I'll change it to um GOP press conference. We'll just watch the one from yesterday. Uh because Trump is supposed to be doing a press conference at some point because he's meeting with the leaders of Rwanda and the DRC. Um so I'll just change it to GOP press conference. Members only. Live stream. There we go. Live stream. Okay. So then there's that. I'll copy that. Save. Now we go. Here we go. Paste and paste. There we go. Well, done. Okay. There we go. That should have fixed it. Hopefully over on Twitch the title is different now. We can only hope. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. Hello everyone. Hello. I got this. Hi everyone. Let me see here. Let's see here. Let me see how people are doing over here. Um, Let me see here. Stream information. Get out of that. Okay. What do we got here? What do we got? We got what do we got here? In your groove. Hello in your groove. In your groove. First one in here. In your groove. I'm glad to hear that. Hello in your groove. What else we got here? We got Doug. Hello, Doug. Second one in here. Alyssa. Hello. AMA. Hello. Cheese soup. Hello. Cheese soup. Glad to see cheese soup here. What else we got here? We got I do got the fancy shirt. Hello, Sir Bartholomew over on YouTube. For some reason, when I do a members only stream over on YouTube, it doesn't appear in the main chat on my feed here. I don't know, but Sir Bartholomew's here. If anyone's wondering, hello, Sir Bartholomew, over on YouTube. Okay. Who else we got? What else we got here? Suchi. Oh, I'm so sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. I hope it works as a distraction. I really do. I'm so sorry. Uh, yeah. Hope everything gets better for you, Weird Amorphous Blob. I know the world's a shithole, so I understand. I really do. Okay. Hello, Marky. Marky. Hello, Marky. Uh, um, that's okay, Sir Bartholomew. It's no problem. I mean, it's no problem, Sir Bartholomew. I felt bad because for some reason the YouTube chat isn't appearing on screen. For some reason. Okay. Uh. Okay. Yay, excellent, Marky. Hello. Okay, Doug, all you being helpful. Okay, guys. So, all right. So, guys, we again, this is the pre-stream stream, which is why if you're on YouTube, you can only be watching this essentially if you're a member, unless you go over to Twitch. Yes, that's part of my dark plan to get more people over on Twitch. Don't you like my mug? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that beautiful mug with the reindeer. Isn't that beautiful? I love that shit. Okay, anyway. So we're going to, as we did, I'm gonna try and do this, more often. Have a Me too, Alyssa. Have like a pre-stream, and during the pre-streams, I'll basically be preparing for the live streams. So you'll see me working. I mean, I'll interact as much as I can, and then we'll also like maybe watch a press conference or two in the background and kind of chat about it while I'm working on creating stuff. So I do. If anyone, I really need to find. So, oh God, oh that's awful, Doug. Good luck with that. Gotta love the Dakotas. So if anyone, by the way, so I posted a video on YouTube. I was just trying out a different format to see if I try like the solo format, me just talking to the camera, and the video isn't doing very well, which it's okay. It was sort of an experiment, but I would like to react to something on. I would like to react to something today that I can upload to YouTube. If anyone has any suggestions for something I could react to on stream today that I could then upload to YouTube, I would love your suggestions. I could do something from PragerU, but if anyone has any suggestions, preferably something shorter, not too long. If anyone has something good you think would do well, something that's like, oh, thank you, Doug, thank you. If anyone has something good that you think would do well, that is popular at the moment that I could react to. Um, Please let me know. Okay, I'll look around, but in case anyone have any suggestions, would love to see that. Um, oh my God, it's a cheese soup. I'm gonna lose my mind if we. You know what? Actually, that would be kind of fun. Cheese soup. We should do that sometime. Um, uh, yeah, I thank you. Thank you, Doug. See, I learned that as a teacher, Doug. Pretending to be ignorant and acting viewers their opinion. Um, oh wait, are you referring to the video from yesterday? Because I did that there. Or do you mean now? Um, Or do you mean right now? Because I literally am ignorant right now. Like I don't really want to do PragerU, but I haven't really had time to look much for a good video. So I'm literally asking, okay? Yesterday, okay, whew, all right. Because I'm like, I hope you don't think I'm doing that now. I am Alyssa. I am drinking coffee. I love myself some coffee, okay? Um, we could watch the entirety of Oak Island Juice. Okay, so guys, you know what? Actually, that'd be kind of more fun, Jisoo. Both, Alyssa. I like both. It depends on how much caffeine I need. And this morning I'm feeling like coffee, not like tea. I do like tea though, Alyssa, a lot. I typically drink tea instead of coffee. Okay. So guys, um, we could do a few things. I'm gonna put up my scene to scene here. I was thinking of doing the presentation that I want to do today during our live stream would be fascist art. Um, just to cover what fascist art looks like, fascist architecture. So I thought that might be a good topic just to cover for today. So I'm going to be making a presentation about that. I only have one page so far. Fascist art. But um, no, I got you. But see, Alyssa, that's the thing, right? Oh, Jesus Christ, Doug. Really? That sounds horrific. Okay, maybe I could look at Joe Rogan doing that. Okay. You have ADHD. Does the caffeine even matter? I have a double shot of espresso at 6 a.m. and go right back to bed till 11. Hey, no, Alyssa, it makes me more focused, because it acts like a stimulant. It is a stimulant, coffee is. So it kind of acts like an ADHD medication. So it helps me more focused. I don't know. For me, it works as a stimulant. But that's a good point, Alyssa. It doesn't really make me too tired unless I have it like past 2 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. Um, oh no, you're right, Marky. I totally agree. Oh my God, Alyssa, that's hilarious. Okay. So I will work on that. You'll see it up on the screen while we're listening to stuff. So I thought what we could do first. Originally, I thought we could watch a Trump press conference that was going to be going on. And for some reason, it disappeared. And to be honest, let's be honest, I don't really want to deal with it. He's meeting with the leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, probably to talk about how he brokered peace between them. That whole situation is super complicated. Maybe I'll do a stream on it sometime. How Rwanda has been raiding into the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He's hosting Paul Kagame, who is a somewhat authoritarian leader from Rwanda. Anyway, but also is the guy that ended the genocide in Rwanda. He's a really complex character. Probably in your groove. Paul Kagame, very complex character. Kind of a hero of mine, but also not a hero of mine. Like he's a weird guy. Anyway, he's in the White House meeting with Trump. But I thought what we could do instead is watch the GOP press conference from yesterday, um, because God knows. I haven't listened to any sort of like what the GOP is saying, what kind of propaganda they're putting out, apart from what Trump is saying. Yeah, right. We're more involved, especially you, right? I know your bookshelf is full of all sorts of people who are kind of viewed as weird semi-hero guys, right? I mean, a lot of them are heroes, but you know what I mean, okay? That's my bookshelf too, okay? So, all right, you guys. So let's do that. Let's just listen to what the GOP had to say yesterday. I don't know, Alyssa. That's kind of why I want to watch it. I'm not sure if they're going to give Mikey the shaft soon. We'll see. We'll see. They might. Yeah, I agree, Alyssa. They seem like they're getting irritated with a lot of folks. They're getting irritated with Trump. They're getting irritated with Pete Hegseth. I don't know though. I don't know if it means they'll take any action or if they're just posturing. I never trust the Republicans anyway, so that's why I rarely talk about them. Basically, it's because they're just like, what's the point? You know, it's like, what will Satan do? Kind of deal. You know, it's like, well, we can guess. You know, probably not the right choice, right? Okay, let's see here, so we can see what they have to say. This podium is so high. Okay. Yes. Oh, and we're going to talk about that, folks. The special election in Tennessee looking bad for the Republicans. Looking real bad. Yes, the Republicans won, but dear God, the Democrats did really well for being a deep red district. Very bad, right, Alyssa? It's a good sign for us. It is a very good sign if you want to say the Democrat Party is us, but you see what I mean. Very bad. Okay, yeah. So these are good signs. We already had the midterms, or that's not the elections a little while back that were somewhat of a good sign, and then we have this Tennessee election that's a good sign. And I was thinking, she did that, and yeah, she did, Alyssa, in only a 45-day campaign. So we'll talk about that on the mainstream today. But that is a good sign for us. Okay, gives me some hope if such a thing can be true. Okay, here we go. We're just going to listen, folks.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving and got to spend some time with friends and family. Before I begin, though, I need to acknowledge the tragedy that struck Washington just before Thanksgiving. Our National Guard was attacked.
That was before Thanksgiving, you dumb. That was,
so was our nation's
this
generosity.
Press conference was from yesterday. This press conference was from yesterday, and they're acting like that shooting took place like right now. Yeah. Of course, weird. That's always what fascism is, right? Weird Force Love. It's always doomed to failure. Essentially, it's self-destructive. Totally. So, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, and they're still talking about this. They are milking it for all they can, aren't they?
Compassion and sense of
What'd
security.
she say? That I'm sorry. Now I'm fascinated. She's saying
got to spend some time with friends and family.
Okay.
Before I begin, though, I need to acknowledge the tragedy that struck Washington just before
Oh,
Thanksgiving.
there it is.
Our National Guard was attacked on American streets, and so was our nation's generosity, compassion, and sense of security.
Can't attack something that doesn't exist.
It will always be wrong. So please join me in praying for the families, first responders, and every guardsman still in our capital today. Now, to the work before us in the House. Millions of Americans just returned from Thanksgiving on a holiday where they watched get more expensive every year under Joe Biden. His policies sent prices on gas, groceries, and everyday essentials through the roof. While things aren't fully back to normal, families are finally feeling relief this year because of the Republican affordability agenda. Thanksgiving costs were down 5% this year. Turkey dropped 16%, and gas prices hit a 4-year low, making it easier for families to gather. But we're not done. This week, House Republicans are taking direct aim at Washington's red tape that is crushing small businesses and draining household budgets. So think of this. Small businesses now
I was always in your groove. It's kind of like a waste of time to even listen to them. That's why I do it on the pre-stream, because, again, it's just full of lies.
Rules, Meanwhile,
Yeah,
families
I
lose
don't think
more
they
than
go to stores or their people, Suchis
$16,000 a
or
year
Alyssa. Like,
to hidden
I'm
regulatory
perfectly fine with
taxes.
dehumanizing
And that's
Republicans, by
just
the way. Okay, just
unacceptable. So House Republicans are acting. Our affordability agenda will move forward with the Dump Red Tape Act and the Small Business Regulatory Reduction Act. These are real reforms to roll back Washington's overreach and put power back where
here
it
they are.
belongs. The power needs to be with the workers, with the families, and with the job
Okay.
creators, not with the government. Democrats created this affordability crisis. They buried families under regulations,
Oh my
spent
God, really?
trillions on pet projects, and siphoned off Americans' hard-earned money to appease their radical base.
You know what's funny though? It's what's frustrating is that a lot of times when the Republicans speak, they don't sound much different from the Democrats, and the Democrats lie too, but not as much as the Republicans. Let's just be honest, they don't. But like Republicans just then mimic their talking points, and it's really hard. Like if you're not an educated person or you're not really following politics, what a lot of Americans aren't, it's really hard to differentiate between the two. Like think about they're talking about the radical base of the Democrats, how we're doing stuff to fix the country, and that's like the kind of same stuff the Democrats say, except that one is lying and the other one is telling a half truth. You see what I mean? Okay.
We're not letting that stand. House Republicans are actually cleaning up
Oh,
Bidenomics.
absolutely
We're
in your groove.
ending Biden inflation and
Biden
restoring an
inflation.
America that
When does
working
it become
families
Trump
can
inflation?
afford to thrive again. Thank you. Mr. Nunn.
Hey, thank you very much, Chairwoman. This week we're going to be running some very important legislation, particularly dealing with the Communist Party of China. I'm so thankful for our leadership team standing up to this. And let me tell you a little bit about what's happening in the heart of the heartland, right here in Iowa.
Exactly, Chisu.
Look, I started off my career as a counterintelligence officer for 20 years. I worked directly inside China, and we saw what communist China brought to the United States, not just in the buying of
Don't you love
farmland,
how
but
whenever they
literally
refer to
sending
China,
agents to my
they have to say they have to say what communist China. It's you know China. Whenever they talk about the United States, they should call it fascist United States, fascist United States. They should we should they should do what we do. I think that's fair, right? Yeah, boo CIA. This guy bragging about, look, I was I was counterintelligence in China. Okay, good for you. Okay.
district and pulling corn seed out of the ground
Weird amorphous blob. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
so they could replicate it back home. But now they're not just growing or coming after what we grow in our fields, they're coming after what we grow in our classrooms.
What?
Most recently, a group from Des Moines Public Schools was taken on an all-expense-paid trip to be inside China. But the Chinese weren't there under the facade of friendship. They were there to collect information, to exploit, and to manipulate. They forced these kids to hand
Guys, you know what's funny? I bet the United States doesn't do that at all. I bet uh we don't do that at all to China, right? I'm sure we have no significant or intelligence going on collecting in China, right? I mean, I'm sure we don't do that at all. Of course. Of course only China does that, right? Only China does that, you know.
hand over their digital information, require them to use WeChat, an internal public server for China, started an early process of cultivation, and in the counterespionage world, we consider this source recruitment. Consistently, I've had parents across Iowa say, how is this allowed to happen? And the simple truth is, there's no law preventing it. The Chinese government is creating a series of shell organizations to recruit kids to come to China and then exploit them the moment they set down in soil inside.
Notice how I'm sorry, I should be working, but they keep saying exploiting children as if like an Epstein situation type thing is going on. No, that's not what the Chinese are. That's fear mongering language. Okay, they're not exploiting the children in that way. Okay. Um, you see what I mean? Like they're being very unclear about what they mean. That's just kind of interesting propagandistic language.
Beijing. This has to stop. I'm so proud of this team for helping us stand up to what the Politburo in Beijing is trying to do to kids in Des Moines, Iowa, and across our country. We have the opportunity not only to push back, but to send
The Shelka, hey, it might be in your groove. Actually, I don't know. Does it? That would make sense, but anyway. Um, yeah, these 12-year-olds and their immigration to China. Um, oh yeah, I know. Totally, Doug. They want government in every aspect of your life, don't they? 'Kay. Uh,
A strong signal that we have a friendship opportunity with China.
you're actually, Alyssa, you might be right. It might be that they're just upset that those kids go to China and then like China a lot because of all the cool technology and things like that. Again, they are ignoring the real problem. Drunk raccoons. Portland, what the hell? Hello, Portland. Okay.
China that is real, but we will not stand by while Chinese communist agents attempt to recruit kids for future exploitation. Whether it's in ag or whether it's in the classroom, we have the opportunity to say no, and this team has stood up to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. Thank you.
$1 billion. That's how much money has been stolen from the hardworking taxpayers in my home state of Minnesota. And if that's not egregious enough, some of these taxpayer dollars have allegedly been diverted to al-Shabaab terrorists. Under the failed leadership of Tim Walz, Minnesota has become a hotbed for fraud. We knew it was bad, but now, thanks to the work of our new U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, the true size and scope of the crimes is being brought to light, finally. $250 million in the feeding our children scandal. The largest pandemic fraud case, by the way, in the country. 14 million robbed by a woman who fraudulently diagnosed Somali children with autism, then billed the taxpayer for the services that were.
You notice that, like, you can tell when the Republicans speak that they are lying. Like, they have to exaggerate. I was a theater kid, let me tell you. I don't know if you could tell, I was a theater kid. And you can tell they're doing theater, right? Like, this fake outrage, they're doing this, but, like, they don't even say anything. Like, is he even like, what is he even saying? He's not saying anything. It's just a bunch of scary, like, language to scare people. I don't even know what like, what is he talking about?
Were never provided. Over 5 million stolen by individuals falsely claiming to provide housing assistance to those in need. These are just some of the fraud schemes that have been federally charged, and I want to emphasize that because our failed governor tried to claim that he's been prosecuting. He hasn't even investigated. There are even more, by the way, that are under investigation, including 80 autism clinics that are currently under investigation. Career fraud prosecutor and former acting U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joe Thompson, said the amount of fraud, quote, takes my breath away. Even the New York Times admitted that the fraud in Minnesota is, quote, staggering in its scale and its brazenness. Between the meals, housing, and autism therapy fraud cases, 86 people have been charged. Of those 86, 78 are of Somali descent. Let me be clear,
there
it is not racist to call out criminal behavior. And we're going to not cower to baseless labels while Minnesotans, including law-abiding Somali Americans, get robbed blind. While Tim Walz refuses to take accountability for the fraud he created and enabled,
oh, I see.
President
They're going after
Trump
Tim Walz.
is committed
Okay, this makes
to
more
justice
sense
for the crimes against the taxpayers of Minnesota, and I am too. I want to thank Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent for launching an investigation into this important issue. Minnesotans deserve answers and accountability, and we're not going to rest until they get both. And thank God for President Trump raising this because no one was covering it. We've been sounding the alarm on this fraud for over 3 years. No one in this room and no one back at home was reporting how bad this is.
Even though
Finally,
Alyssa just
raising the
said
issue,
that she had heard of it.
People are talking about it. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention before I left what our conference chair talked about.
It's exactly
Scism.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
they'd always have to be racist, of course.
For the family of Sarah Bergstrom as they grieve this infuriating and unfathomable loss. We're also praying for Andrew Wolf as he continues to fight for his life. These two guardsmen are heroes who answered the call to keep this city safe. Justice must be executed swiftly for this heinous and targeted act. And with that, I yield to the leader.
Thank you, Whip. Our country was shocked the day before Thanksgiving to see just a senseless, violent act of
Here we go. Again,
this
remember how
tragedy
long ago this was
attack
when they
on
talked
our
about it.
National Guardsmen here in D.C., the West Virginia
Well, that's a
National
good
Guardsmen
point
that
in
were
your
both
that's a
attacked
very good point in your group. See, I don't even know
for just
anything
doing their
about it. I
jobs
haven't
and
heard of it,
keeping
but
D.C. safe. I too want to extend my prayers and sympathy to Sarah Beckstrom's family for the horrible loss of her life and just senseless loss of
look
life
how
for
look how much he
such a
sounds
young
like
girl
he
with
actually
great promise.
cares.
And then, of course, Andrew Wolf, who is still at the hospital fighting for his life.
And by the way, the Second Amendment is the most important of all the amendments. We need more guns, not fewer. Uh, any attempt to regulate guns is a crime against humanity. Well, oh my God, I'm so sorry that this woman got shot. I'm so sorry. Oh, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. Anyway,
From the gunshot wounds that he suffered. And we keep him in our prayers, his family as well.
there you go.
And
There you go.
pray
Thoughts
that
and
he
prayers.
is able to
Thoughts
recover,
and prayers.
come back. And I know the people of West Virginia share that. The people of America
Right,
share
Alyssa.
those prayers. This week we have
Yeah, you're right. Alyssa, I'm surprised he wasn't like, what was this woman doing in the military? Like, I'm surprised he isn't blaming her for being there, because you know how much they hate women in the military anyway.
a number of bills we're bringing to the floor to continue to address some of the problems that were created by the Biden administration that drove up inflation, that drove up higher costs. We saw so many ridiculous rules and regulations that added cost to the products
thank
we
you,
buy,
in your
small
group. Thank
businesses
you.
that were under attack. And so this week we're bringing a number of bills to reduce those regulatory attacks on small businesses.
Why not cheese soup? Why not? I'm all for recreating the Wild West in every American city, including like having infants with guns. I mean, come on. That's American culture, right? Yeah, get everyone a gun. Then there'll be no shootings, right? The more guns we have, the less shootings there will be. Republican logic.
Giving small businesses relief also gives families relief in terms of lower costs. We're going to bring more bills that came out of the Education Committee to take on what is happening in our universities and our schools where the Chinese Communist Party tries to move Confucius Institutes into our schools, teaching our children, trying to put communist ideas into our children in our schools. And so we're going to continue to have more transparency and prohibit that kind of money coming in from China.
Anyone
to
speak Italian?
our schools.
No.
We're bringing the SCORE Act to give some structure. Over the years, you've seen lawsuits
Never remember what this one means.
The NCAA to even
Mass
police
sharing.
college athletics to the point where now it's the wild, wild west. There are no rules in place, no structure. You have
Don't we
people
all,
that can
cheese soup?
play until they're 26 years old in college athletics.
Right.
You don't get
Apparently,
protections for a lot of the
weirdomorphous
student
blob. It's not
athletes.
like it's a
So
thousand
we
upon
first
1,000-year-old
restore
civilization.
the
I'm
ability
sure
for,
everything they have to
policing
teach
through
though is
the
just pure
NCAA.
communism, right?
Congress won't be doing the regulations. It will be the
Yeah.
NCAA having the ability to police college athletics again. We also protect women's sports. We protect
Not like the
Olympic
oldest.
sports by ensuring
Oh God.
that you have an equal.
Like, oh my God, literally, this is no wonder I don't listen to Republicans. This is all nonsense. Like now they're talking about women in sport, like trans issues. Okay, okay. So let's summarize so far. Somalis are doing fraud against autistic people. I don't know, whatever they were saying. Communists are everywhere and trying to kill your kids. Um, now trans people are trying to destroy everything. Okay, you see what I mean? Um, okay, we this is great.
Number
I love it.
of women's sports to men's sports, that you have a minimum number of sports, so that a lot of the Olympic sports that are so important to our country, as we see the Olympics coming up here again.
No, it isn't. Oh my God, who cares? I'm sorry, guys. I just don't care. Like, I just don't care. Like, with these sports, they're so important to our country. No, they're not. I'm sorry. Who cares? Who care? Like, really? Who care? I'm sorry. Like, oh, I just don't give a shit. Why? Okay. Anyway, it's sports. It's not like, forgive me. I know people like sports. I'll shut up, but I'm okay.
From the college ranks. And so we protect
Oh,
that
absolutely,
too.
Groove. Yeah,
And again,
right. Like obviously, as Soup Cheese said, it'll be like in your groove. I'm gonna combine what Soup Cheese and in your groove said. Um, no wonder no one leaves their house because a trans Al Shabaab Somali terrorist, communist, by the way, communist will probably kill you. But by the way, thoughts and prayers. We need to protect that Second Amendment anyway. Anyway, yeah, like they're talking about sports like they're sacred gladiatorial battles. Yeah. Um, like the country's falling apart and all they can think of is sports. I don't understand. Okay.
putting structure in
Ugh.
place for what is right now Wild Wild West atmosphere. And we're going to continue to work on healthcare proposals to
Wild. Didn't I just make a comment about anyway? They're a caricature. All
ensure
right.
that families have choices and lower premiums. That's what Republicans care about. Democrats have never
Really?
cared about that since they passed the Affordable Care Act and all the broken promises and lies that went with it. If you like what you have, you can keep it. Probably the most broken promise in all of politics, where millions of families lost the good health care plans that they liked because of the Affordable Care Act. And of course, there's nothing affordable about the Affordable Care Act. All we've seen is increased cost, 80% premium increases. Democrats just concerned about bailing out insurance companies who get record profits while families see higher premiums because of that failed law. What we want to do is give families options, lower premiums for families. And again, we've brought some bills to the floor already.
Right.
We're going to keep
Right.
bringing
We're
bills to the
moving
floor to do those two things, to lower premiums for families and give them options so that they can get what's best for their families. They don't
Yeah,
have
in
to
your
be
groove, right.
enforced into a plan that the government tells them they have to be in that's too expensive for them and doesn't work for their family. They can buy whatever they want that makes sense for them and for their family. So we're going to continue to work on that too as we move an aggressive agenda, and that agenda is led by our speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, this leadership team,
Here we
Colonel
go.
Nunn, for being here with us this morning.
Here comes my hello, Matt Saigai. Here comes hello, Matt Saigai. Here comes Mike Johnson, the guy with two first names. Okay. All right. Yay. Let's see if Alyssa called it. Let's see if they seem to be kind of fed up with him. By the way, folks, if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe or you can become a member for as little as right, like Michael Jackson, for as little as 99 cents or I mean whatever. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sign up, become a subscriber on Twitch for free, and then you don't have to see ads. Anyway, okay. Or you can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month. Up to you. Up to you, really. Okay, moving
There
on.
is a lot going on, and we want to give you some updates on things. I hope everybody had a blessed Thanksgiving. It is true that our hearts were heavy, of course, with
And their hearts are still heavy, aren't they? After how many days have passed? Okay. I mean, yeah, but okay. Anyway, speaking about beating a dead horse.
Sarah
Okay.
and Andrew, these two selfless National Guardsmen who were senselessly attacked while they volunteered for service to defend the rest of their fellow Americans, and they literally took bullets for it. And so our prayers are with Andrew as he recovers, and our hearts and prayers are with the family of Sarah. It reminds us that freedom isn't free, and
Freedom isn't free. No, there's a hefty fucking fee.
You know, I was reminding our conference this morning, 1789, our first president, George Washington, was the first to issue a national day of Thanksgiving and prayer, a proclamation. And he declared that because the Congress requested it of him. And of course, Washington was the first and best person to do that, to start the tradition. And he wrote famously in his proclamation,
Always
he said,
have to hear
"It is
about
the
Washington
duty
at least once
of
during
all
these
of us. It is
goddamn
our
things."
duty to acknowledge the blessings of God, to be grateful.
Oh,
for
great.
what he's
Here comes
done
the
for our
Christian
country
nationalism.
and all of us individually, and to humbly implore
Jesus, but like, what
his
am I?
protection and favor.
Okay. How am I going to do any work if I have to? Okay, you know what? Okay, whatever. I'm going to keep commenting. I don't
It's never
care.
been more important to do that, and it's a great reminder. Thanksgiving is a uniquely American holiday, as we know, and it's a great time to sit around
No,
the
it
table
isn't.
and
Literally isn't.
be reminded of those blessings.
Canadians
and
do it
chief
too.
among them is the freedom that we enjoy, and we do not take that for granted. So it's proper, appropriate for us to acknowledge those sacrifices. Now, there's a lot going on across the country. There's a special election in Tennessee today. You may have heard. Tennessee's 7th
And you
district.
lost.
I
Well, you
spent
didn't
all day
lose,
there
but you
yesterday. I
didn't
think
do
it was,
great.
10 hours and 12 events, I think. I was with Matt Van Epps, our Republican extraordinary candidate for the seat there that is open and will be filled today in the election. He's running against someone who truly is, by any objective measure, a real radical.
Oh,
She
of course
famously
they
said
are. I'm
that she hates
sure
Nashville,
everyone who
which
isn't
the
you
largest
is a
city in the
radical.
district, which is kind of an interesting campaign strategy, and hates country music. You know, it's Tennessee. So Matt Van Epps is an extraordinary candidate.
Hates country music,
by
but it's
contrast.
Tennessee.
He is a lieutenant colonel in the Tennessee Army National Guard. He's a combat veteran. He flew combat missions, deployed 8 times over to the Middle East, and dodged missiles and bullets for his country. He worked in Tennessee state government and is a highly capable, competent, calm, common sense conservative. He's exactly what that district needs. We're excited for him, devoted husband and father, America First patriot. So I'm just, hey, if you're in Tennessee 7th District, Nashville, and 14 counties, go vote today. It matters. Special elections are strange animals, and anything can happen. And when you're in a deep red district, sometimes people assume that the Republican, the conservative, will win, and you cannot assume that because anything can happen. So we encourage everybody to go out there and make that happen. The people are fired up. I was there and really enjoyed the energy there. We're going to see that across the country next week.
People need to turn off their
as we go
goddamn phones,
into
don't they?
This very
Right,
important
she's
midterm
so
election next year.
All right, guys. Total
and
dweeb,
all the
totally.
weeks
Me
ahead.
too, Melissa.
And
Hate
as we
this
go
man.
into that election, remembering again,
This guy's
how
actually
important all
really
of
woke.
this
He
is.
only says America
and
to
as
mean
we
continent.
put some posters up here to remind you and remind all of ourselves what an extraordinary run we've had in the 119th
Right,
Congress. Now, in spite of the fact that we had razor-thin majority, I mean, it many times, as you
Hello,
know,
Macy. How you doing, Macy? Yeah,
we
Sir
still
Bartholomew, the
have
war
had
criminal. Yep.
one of the most consequential Congresses in the great history of this extraordinary nation. And you know, if you look at what has been accomplished for the first 10 months of this term, this year, the 119th Congress, this new administration, you could stack that up against any Congress in history. I think it's probably in the top 5 in terms of marquee landmark achievements.
Am I going to be able to see this?
You know, part of our both a blessing and a curse is we did so much of it in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. There's so much to talk about. It's as if it just got brushed aside. But the component pieces of that is some of the most nation-shaping, productive, pro-growth.
You know, okay, I think I've said this before. One of the core tenets, according to Umberto Eco, of fascist ideology is action for action's sake. Action for the sake of action. Fascist regimes typically do a lot of stuff, but the vast majority of that stuff is either harmful or meaningless, right? It's either harmful to the country or it is meaningless. And one thing you can say about the Republicans is that they have definitely done a lot of stuff, but almost all of it is what? Harmful or meaningless. Okay? Like, and by the way, yeah, in your groove, you're right. Next to Biden's first year, we are talking in your. What I mainly hear saying is like, Biden got a bunch of useful stuff done. The Republican, I'm not just referring to like bills passed. They also like do a lot of like they're constantly like Trump passed tons of executive orders. A lot of it is meaningless, as in it really doesn't change anything. But you're right, Biden has did more actual stuff. The Republicans though done a lot of nonsense. Um, like most all of it is completely nonsense or just meaningless, or you see what I mean, or actually detrimental. So you know, it's so they're always like, we've done so much, yeah, but the issue is none of it means anything. Like you've complained a lot about things. Yeah, you know, like they always try to make it seems like they're doing a lot, because one of the reasons fascists get elected is because people feel like the government isn't doing things for them and stuff. So fascists are all about action. And that's one thing Trump is always trying to appear. He's always trying to appear like, I've done a lot of stuff. I've ended 10 wars. I'm doing this. We're doing that. We're doing this. We're doing that. We're doing this. We're doing that. Okay. Even though like most of it isn't really doing anything. And a lot of it has been struck down by the courts anyway. You see what I mean? So it's like, okay. All right. And a lot of it isn't even like isn't even like legal bills. A lot of it has been like the Republicans putting out a letter, you know, or you see what I mean? Okay.
Policies that have ever occurred to help all Americans. And we look forward to all the provisions of that bill being implemented beginning
you should,
really in
Macy.
earnest in the first part of the year. And so the first quarter, second quarter will be a very different scenario. But we're excited to go through that. We can't fix everything overnight. And the Biden-Harris administration, as we said so many times, in 4 years, really destroyed almost every metric of public policy. We don't go flip a switch to do that. It takes some time, and we've been working earnestly and around the clock to do that, to work on solutions, to solve all those problems, and to make government more efficient and effective and responsive. Republicans have been delivering and working to bring down costs for American families, to fix the Democrats' broken healthcare system, and to rid our streets.
You know what? Okay, I might actually take that back a little bit. Going back to what In Your Groove said about Biden doing more his first term, I will say a lot of what the Republicans have, they're at least trying to appear like they've done a lot, right? Because they haven't done anything really for healthcare. So maybe most of it's an illusion the more I think of it. But regardless, they are trying to paint themselves as being the men of action, right? Because the more I think of it, I'm like, yeah, they say a lot of shit, but they really haven't done much. But anyway, maybe I should listen more to In Your Groove in that case. But anyway, just I don't know, whatever. But you see what I mean? Just keep an eye out. Especially Trump does do that a lot. He's always talking about how we've done this, 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 and this. I'm a man of action. Okay.
Violent criminals and dangerous illegal aliens. All this has been our goal since January, and we've been delivering. And as the year comes to an end, we started to reflect upon what we've done in that first 10 months and ultimately the first 12 months, and it's really something. The Working Families Tax Cut. Let me just tell you some of the components of that, because people seem to have forgotten. It was a permanent extension of the 2017 tax cuts, which is collectively it's the biggest tax cut in U.S. history. Had we not passed the big bill, we would have had a $5 trillion tax increase on all hardworking American families as that expired in December. It was a marquee achievement. We also in that included permanent estate tax relief extensions.
Hazard, I thought you
had,
were too. That's
landmark
strange. Hello,
Medicaid
Meowzord.
program reforms, which the CBO has said is going to save $185 billion and reduce premiums on everybody for their health care. We expanded the SNAP work requirements to get ineligible recipients off, young able-bodied men with no dependents or health problems. They shouldn't be riding the wagon, and they won't anymore. In the bill, we increased border enforcement and funding,
Nonsense.
generational investment in those things, and it's worked because guess what? The border is sealed. We don't have all these illegals coming across the border anymore.
These
We included no
illegals.
tax on tips, no tax on overtime, increased standard deduction for seniors, free tax savings accounts for every child born in America, which will be announcing at the White House in an event.
That
this
scares
afternoon.
me.
Business
I think
tax
Meowzord,
provisions to
speaking of Meowzord being
incentivize
in here,
investments and innovation.
Meowzord predicted that the elites would start using their vast wealth to fund social programs and stuff. Like in order to sort of build up their popularity and crap. And boy, are they, right? Those wealthy folks that donated those billions of dollars to give every child in America, or not every child, but a lot of children, $1,000. Like that's a scary thought. Like that is a scary thought because God knows a lot of people will like that a lot. It will just make us bow more to the elites. Okay. Okay.
That's all in the bill and much more. We codified 67 of President Trump's America First executive orders so far, and there are many more to come. We repealed Biden-era regulations with 23 Congressional Review Act
Great. I'm sure that was
resolutions.
good
Now,
for
this
us.
is important too. We've been making history along the way over the last 10 months. In the entire time that CRA's Congressional Review Acts have been part of the law, only 20 had been signed into law since the inception
Right,
of
Alyssa.
that instrument. This year alone, we have already passed 23 of those out of the House, and 16 of those have been signed.
That's
into
fair,
law.
Weirdomorphous Blob. It is
That's a big
possible.
thing. We've restored regular.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just taking a look at what everyone said. I think that is fair, guys. It might be a bit too obtuse. That's a good point. Oh, absolutely in your groove. Like tax cuts. mm, I don't think you all need to. I don't think I need to explain that. I don't think I need to explain that. You all know tax cuts are not good in themselves, right? But of course, at the same time, Trump in your groove, they'll complain about the deficit too. Anyway, which I don't really care about, but you see what I mean. Anyway. Okay. All right. And also, those tax breaks, I'm pretty sure. Well, I know. I think they made them permanent, but regardless, they're mainly for the rich, as always. It's sort of a tossing of the bone to the people to not not make them permanent, or to give some tax breaks to the lower folks. Okay. Um, Chip Cheese. While we're here, what are Trump accounts? Does anyone know? Is Trump a socialist? Now, so I know soup cheese. So Trump accounts are funded by wealthy or these billionaires who donated a bunch of time, like a bunch of money to the Trump administration to create these accounts. I forget the name of the 2 billionaires that did it. And so now every child in America is going to have a Trump account, which is $1,000 in an investment account that will grow apparently on the stock market. Now, I will say this. So that's not socialism at all. Okay. That is very much like the old fashioned Roman games and bread and circuses. Like you're an elite, you lavish your funds upon the people to gain popularity. It's not socialism. It's sort of old-fashioned feudal looting, and then you distribute it to the people to gain popularity. Regardless, uh, okay, or like, well, okay. I will say this. What do we think? So it is an allowance, cheese soup, to an extent. Um, Now, I will say this. Uh, Oh, I got you in your groove. I wasn't sure exactly what there you go. People born get a free 1K from the Fed. Some employees are matching. Michael Dell gave 250 people. I got you. Forgive me. So, yeah. So it's not, yeah, from the Feds. But isn't that paid for by? Um, I'm not quite sure. I have to look into it, folks. But it's not a socialist thing, right? Isn't it paid for by private people? Am I wrong in your groove? I need to look more into it. Regardless, I want you to all think though about what this might do though. Why might this benefit the elites? I can tell you why. Because suddenly a bunch of people are going to be buying on the stock market, right? That's a lot of money. That is everyone getting $1,000 of investments, right, on the stock market. Is that what it is? Uh, um, okay, right? Isn't it? Aren't they stock accounts? They're $1,000 stock accounts. They get to put it on the stock market. Now, what that'll do is that will inflate the stock market because suddenly all these people are going to be putting billions of dollars on the stock market, which is going to be boosting up the stock market. But my concern is, folks, what happens if you boost up the stock market randomly with billions of dollars? You might end up creating a bubble, a stock bubble, right? And so, God knows, let's hope it doesn't end up imploding the economy by creating this massive bubble and giving the illusion of more growth in the economy than is really there. You see what I mean? So we'll see. Yeah, and again, like it seems so. I'm not an economist, but it seems so artificial to me. Like handing out all this money to be put on the stock market. It just seems like it's going to cause a problem, in my opinion. But anyway, it'll also allow the elites to sort of build boost up their own stocks in an artificial way by having all these people put onto the stock market. Anyway, all right, moving on.
Order to the appropriations process. And y'all know how what a big thing that was. A goal of mine since I became speaker a little over 2 years ago was to restore
Of
regular
course,
order.
Alyssa. But see, that's my worry. Is I worry it'll work. Like I really do. I worry that people are going to like that shit. People really liked the checks that were sent out when Trump put his name on them and shit. Now that he should have done, regardless. Like, yeah, because the issue is that you have to understand what do people expect normally? They don't expect that from the government. So even if it's like an ideological thing, they will see the money. Because I'm always I'm always saying we need like to change people's material conditions. All they'll see is the money. And since the Democrats have never really done much like that, okay, or at least not recently. Anyway, it's just concerning to me, but we'll see. We'll see. They also have to be invested in certain mutual funds. Exactly, Mielzard, exactly, okay? It's almost like mass corruption and mass inflating of the stock market.
Instead
Okay.
of governing by an omnibus before Christmas, which is no way to do stewardship, we wanted to get back to 12 separate
Exactly,
appropriations
Macy.
bills. And as you saw, when we reopened government, one of the things the president signed was 3 regular order appropriations bills signed into law. What a marquee achievement.
He's so
We had
low energy,
agriculture,
isn't he?
legislative branch, military construction, VA bill signed into law. And both chambers and the appropriators are working right now to put the next bills, get them prepared, and get them enacted and signed into law. We've also, in the last 10 months, defunded wasteful spending through rescissions, billions of dollars there. We passed and signed into law the Genius Act, the bipartisan landmark crypto legislation. We passed into signed into law
God.
the Lake and Riley Act, the Halt Fentanyl Act, and the Take It Down Act. And the House has passed the SAVE Act, the Illegitimate Court Counter Action Act, Protecting American Energy Production Act, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Fix Our
See,
Forest Act,
they've
the
done all
Ticket
this
Act,
shit, but it's
Unlocking
all
Our
like
Domestic
such
LNG
art, like
Potential Act,
superficial
American Entrepreneurs
nonsense.
First Act, Stop Illegal Entry Act, Made in America Defense Act. I could go on and on and on. Remember, these are just the top lines. The House has passed 331 pieces of legislation this year that will directly improve the quality of life for millions of American families.
Right.
And that's a lot to be thankful for. By the way, just this week, as was mentioned earlier, President Trump is signing into law the IRS Math and Taxpayer Help Act. It received little fanfare in the media, but it's a bill that will provide taxpayers fairer treatment when corresponding with the IRS regarding tax returns, and that's a big thing as we go into tax season in the first quarter. It's the type of work that House Republicans are doing here every day in these
God, he's so
working
boring,
on
too.
real solutions to real problems for our constituents. As I mentioned, the Working Families Tax Cut, if we were just to go through every provision of that bill that's going to make life easier and safer and more affordable for American families, we would be here until Christmas. So I'm not going to do that for you. But we're not going to rest on our laurels, okay? The American people
Rest God,
delivered
yes,
a clear
God.
mandate
Yeah, what a saint,
last
right,
fall
Alyssa?
for us
Jesus
to fix
Christ.
everything. And we're going to sprint through the finish line next November. We'll be adding a new member. I expect Matt Van Epps is going to win that election today. And we will bring our freshman class of Republicans up to the number of 36, adding another vote to that margin every single day, and we'll keep working. We're more confident than ever that the Working Families Tax Cut provisions are implemented as that happens in the first quarter, second quarter. American families begin to receive financial relief. Republicans are not just going to hold on to the majority. We're going to grow it. And over the next weeks and months, House Republicans will advance legislation to continue to bring down the cost of health care for working families, to ensure our fighting force remains the most lethal and the best prepared in the world, and to fully fund the government for the upcoming fiscal year in a responsible way while maintaining good stewardship of taxpayer resources. This week, as the leader mentioned, we'll pass legislation to reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses further, to keep the Chinese Communist Party out of America's classrooms. That's a big and important endeavor.
See, like such nonsense, such not like again, they do a lot of shit, but it's nonsense.
Athletics and empower student athletes to maximize.
Is it possible we're the Amorphous Blob for someone to kill more civilians than we do?
Of palace intrigue stories that fill the pages of your publications. House Republicans remain united and focused on delivering results for our constituents. That's how we've gotten this done. That's how we'll continue to do it. And that will be happening in earnest in the weeks and months to come. So we'll take a few questions if you have. Okay, you're so eager. I got to get it.
We have a relationship at this point. First off, happy Thanksgiving as well. But quick question: what are your thoughts about and not related to the Minnesota welfare scandal, but specifically, what are your thoughts about President Trump calling Governor Walz retarded?
Right, Scism.
Well, look, that's not the word that I would choose. I think his reaction was probably a spontaneous one to the enormous amount of fraud that was announced there. We're thinking it may be, could be $2 billion. Congressman Emmer, of course, represents that state.
Shit, I should have done that the other way. Okay, well, that's okay.
We're told that this was funding terrorist organizations in Somalia, and
so here we
it's a
go,
lot to look
Jisoo.
into. I mean, all of us, when we heard the news, we reacted in different ways, and you know, that's not the word I would choose, but I think everybody understands how absurd and crazy that is, and how Congress has an immediate obligation to look into it, and the administration is as well, and we're going to get down to the bottom of that. Governor Walz appears to have a lot to answer for, so it was a really stupid thing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You talked a lot about your accomplishments, and one you didn't mention is the SAVE Act, which the House has passed twice. It's still awaiting action in the Senate for some reason. But many are still asking when an in-person, same-day, hand-counted paper ballot.
This is called, that's right, Umberto.
And will that be done in time for the 2026 election?
Yeah, I've been asking that myself. I think that would be a really important measure to eliminate you know, fraud in elections. And there is some element of fraud in every election. We all know that. And we have a duty as lawmakers to prevent as much of that as is humanly possible. The SAVE Act has been a big priority of ours. I think I did mention it in the list, but it was so long. I certainly intended to. It's an important measure, and we would certainly love to get that signed into law. We need a little help in the Senate, of course, to do that. We don't have control over all elections. The states in our system, as you know, have a lot of responsibility over that, and that is federalism.
Well, yeah, so he wants to have control over all the elections, doesn't he?
In their
Anyway.
Jurisdiction of authority. We don't want to federalize all elections because that could open up a whole other can of worms. But with regard to federal elections, at least, elections for Congress and Senate, we do have some say. And so the SAVE Act would be an effort to ensure that we eliminate as much fraud as possible. I've obviously been a big champion. I was a co-author of it before I became Speaker. We've been working on this, and we'll continue to try to get it done. So it's a big priority. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elise Stefanik wrote on social media this morning that you are protecting the deep state by not including a provision in the Intelligence Authorization Act. What's your reaction to this claim, and why is House Republican leadership not united on this?
Well, all of that is false. I don't exactly know why Elise won't just call me. I texted her yesterday. She's upset with one of her provisions is not being made. I think.
Yeah, I don't know why. I had started this presentation a while ago.
As soon as I heard this yesterday, I was campaigning in Tennessee, and I wrote her and I said, "What are you?"
I just decided to finish it over here on
the way regular
Google Slides. I do prefer Canva, though, to be honest with you, but I had already started this presentation a while back.
The way this works is that it has to go through.
But I do prefer Canva.
If it will be attached to the NDAA. And this provision that she's working on, I think, is under the jurisdiction of the judiciary. And so
just
there's
ignore
a
me.
four corners engagement and agreement that's required. You all know how this works. The two chairs and the two ranking members
fallacy,
of the
absolutely,
committees of jurisdiction, which would be Judiciary and the House and Senate, all have to agree, or at least 3 out of 4 have to agree. It's typically unanimous to make sure that it makes it onto the bill. Well, in this case, I found out last night, this wasn't even on my radar, that apparently didn't happen. I haven't even talked to those chairmen. I haven't had time because I got in late last night. But apparently those 4, the 2 chairs and the 2 rankers in both chambers did not agree, and so that provision was dropped out of the NDAA. It doesn't mean it can't become law or even that is a final decision. But I sent my friend Elise a text last night, and I said, can you find out what the issue was, and I'll help you resolve it. I support her provision. I would vote for it. I think it's smart. And I'm not sure exactly why it wasn't included. So I don't know why she's frustrated with me. I literally had nothing to do with it. But I'm happy to roll up my sleeves and help her. I want everybody to be.
Oh no, you're absolutely right, Meowsword. And like I said, I much prefer Canva. I was too lazy because I'm already started it over here. So I'm like, I'll just finish it over here, and it'll be the last one I do over here.
In September, but they have not said if there were any defenseless survivors. Should they release the video to Congress, the unedited video to Congress and to the American public? And 2, if the defenseless survivors were killed, would that constitute a
piece of futurism here?
I'm not going to prejudge
futurism.
As you know, both of the Armed Services Committee and the Senate and the House will be having hearings on this to review, and that's their role. I have been listening. Again, I was pretty busy yesterday. I didn't follow a lot of the news, but I caught up a little bit early this morning. That my assessment of this, my understanding is that most of the people that have looked at this, at least in a preliminary review, say that the admiral who ordered the second strike thought it was necessary to complete the mission. He's a highly decorated, highly respected admiral in the Navy, and he made that call. And so, we're going to have to look at that. I'm sure Congress has a right to look at it. I don't know how much of the tape should be released because I'm not sure how much is sensitive with regard to national security and all that. I haven't had a chance to review it, so I'm not going to prejudge it. But I will say that, it's not an unprecedented thing. One of the things I was reminded of this morning is that under Barack Obama, President Obama, he had, I think, over 550 drone strikes on people who were targeted as enemies of the country, and nobody ever questioned it, okay? And secondary strikes are not unusual. It has to happen if a mission is going to be completed.
Kill them all, yes, says the Speaker.
I haven't reviewed the scope of the mission. I haven't reviewed that particular strike. I don't know what went into the Admiral's decision matrix. But it's something that Congress will look at, and we'll do that in the regular process and order. I think it's very important for everybody to reserve judgment and not leap to conclusions until you have all the facts, and that's what we'll be uncovering. Yes.
Secretary has to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first note's a little bit self-serving. It's Giving Tuesday, and so just asking everyone to consider perhaps public television among the many worthy charities. Louisiana Public Television, one of the best.
Yes, there's a plea to give to public television for Giving Tuesday. Okay.
Sorry, folks. I'm not talking at the moment. I was just quickly uploading a bunch of images I wanted for the presentation later. While I'm focused on it. All right.
Get on board some kind of short-term extension for the
I just don't want. I'm looking for. I can't find a good version of it.
Members who love that idea, but they said it looks like that might be
Mussolini futurism. Here it is. Oh, you know what? Here it is.
I don't know who you talked to, but they might have left early. I was up there for quite a bit today. We were talking about a lot of issues, and what I said, we didn't commit to that. What I said is, when you have, this is just practical, okay? When you have a razor-thin majority, which we have, this is not like the old days. You know, in the old days, they had 30, 40-seat majorities, and so 4 leaders could go in a back room, create the agenda, and hoist it upon everybody and say, this is what you're doing. And if 20 or 25 people disagreed, they said, so what? Go jump in the Potomac. We're moving forward. Okay, it doesn't work that way, right? And when in an era of small margins, I literally have to get almost every person in the room on board. Now, healthcare is a very complex issue. And I don't want to point this out. Look, it is not the Republicans who broke American healthcare. Next week, we'll go into this in real detail, and I'll show you the whole timeline. The Democrats broke healthcare, okay? When they created the Unaffordable Care Act 15 years ago, they promised you that everybody could keep your plan, keep your doctor if you want it, and that your premiums would be reduced on average by $2,500. Exactly the opposite was the truth, and premiums have risen in some cases 60, 80% over that time. They broke the system, and every time the Democrats have gone in
So now, Meowser, are you being
to
sarcastic, or is
subsidize
that
the broken
true
system,
about the
they've
books
spent
you've read?
more and more taxpayer dollars,
Because I
and they've been
suspect
wasted.
that
the COVID era subsidy only affects 7%
is that serious,
of
though?
Americans. Okay, all this hullabaloo is
About
over 7%.
the leadership
Now,
books?
every American, 100% of Americans need their health care costs to come down. Republicans have ideas to do that. Now, what I've got to do is build consensus deliberately around the best ideas, and we've been working on that. The majority leader has been quarterbacking this effort with the chairman of the committees of jurisdiction, with the Docs Caucus, and with individual members who this is their passion, and they really spend a lot of time thinking and working on it. And we're pulling those ideas together, and there will be a Republican response to this, okay? So I can't project in advance what that will be, because I don't know what the consensus is in that room, but you will see our sleeves rolled up and that work being done in earnest this week as we bring all that together. I told everybody we are going to respond. We understand the need of bringing down healthcare costs and at the same time raising access to care and quality of care. The Republican Party is the party that can do that. The Democrats have demonstrated for 15 years they broke the system and they keep doubling down on the broken system, okay? Hey, and guess what? If you love your Obamacare, you'll get to keep it, okay? We're going to improve the system for Americans, and we have good ideas to do it. We have a lot of thoughtful people working on this, and we'll be pulling it together. So, no, the answer is no, I did not project any outcome of this morning. We were talking about the various ideas, and we're working right now. People are very passionate about this, and they should be, because their constituents understand the necessity.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Meowser.
Thank you all
Okay.
so much, and be more later today.
The Tigers.
Do you know that the Somali
That's what I thought, Meowser. Exactly. Okay.
helping Somalis get property
Yeah,
back
in your
is-
group, they still have no answer to the
The
ACA.
man who has publicly acknowledged
Okay, guys.
that he's
So that was that. Jesus Christ. That was painful to listen to, don't you think? Whew. All right. So that was that. We could, let's see here. I want to quickly see what else is there that we could listen to while I'm finishing up here.
thinking
The
about
listening to the
pardoning
Republicans
his
is
old friend.
so painful. Live press conference. Okay. What do we? It's like there, because I know Trump was going to be live here at some point, but maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Oh well, I don't know if is it live right now? It might not be. Why is this? Okay, that's not what we want. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it'll be here soon. We'll just so real fast here, folks. In case this does come on, let me show you something. Wanda, DRC, the map. Okay. Oh, this might be a good one. Yeah. Okay. So this is a good map. We can use this one. So you see this map here. This is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This tiny little country, so this big, massive country right here, Democratic Republic of the Congo. All right. And you'll see that this little country right here is Rwanda. Rwanda in Central Africa. And Rwanda, as I did a presentation on a while ago, had a very horrific genocide in 1994. And as a result of that genocide, Hutus, the ethnic group, radical Hutus, who were the group that committed the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda, fled into the Eastern DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, into South Kivu and North Kivu, which are two provinces in that country. And it's very hard for the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to control those territories. It's a really big country. They have basically a failed government in some ways, but it's really hard to control all these outlying territories. There's lots of rainforest. I mean, this is like all rainforested out here. It's really hard to control. And there's a lot of rebel groups and shit out there. And on top of that, there's tons of natural resources in the Congo. It would be one of the wealthiest countries in the world if it wasn't controlled by colonial powers. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, the government of the Democratic Congo has failed, is because it's been overthrown several times by Western powers in the United States, other ones, and it was controlled. Anyway, so they don't control a lot of their own resources. All Europeans do, Americans do, Chinese do, whatever, Russians do. So anyway, over here, though, I think the Chinese do. I'd have to look into that. Maybe not. But so these Hutus fled, going back to this, the Hutus from Rwanda fled into North Kivu and South Kivu. Now, the leader of Rwanda, a guy by the name of Paul Kagame, who could be given some credit for ending the genocide, had started funding covertly a rebel group in the Congo called M23. It was directly funded by the Rwandan government, and the Rwandan government, even though it's a small country, has a pretty competent military. For a number of reasons, it's very competent. It's a small country. It's kind of easy to tightly control the military there. And they have lots of experience. And he started funding this group, sometimes even directly having Rwandan forces fighting in the Congo. He claimed that the Rwandan government would always claim that, oh, this isn't us. These are just Tutsis seeking revenge against the Hutus that fled there from the genocide. Well, not really. Okay, these M23 rebels started seizing all the mines and wealthy resource deposits in the eastern Congo, and magically, all those resources started ending up back in Rwanda. So these M23 rebels were essentially capturing. What is that noise? Oh, okay, I gotta turn that off. We're essentially looting the Congo, taking advantage of some of the chaos in the Congo. The Rwandan government was taking over natural resources in the eastern Congo. Okay. Not only that, there was actually a time where they took over the capital of the DRC, the Rwandan military. There was a massive war called the Second Congo War, which was the largest war since World War II, which you'll never hear anyone talking about. Millions of people died, where the Rwandan government actually seized the capital of the DRC. That tiny little country of Rwanda seized the DRC. Okay, and they installed their own leaders in Kinshasa. Anyway, so the DRC almost had nominal independence because the Rwandans basically controlled it. Regardless, there's been tons of war crimes committed in North and South Kivu. And yeah, there are a lot of genocideers there, like Hutus who fled there. But the Rwandans are there for imperial reasons. Okay, they just want to take all those resources, and it's been very beneficial for Rwanda. So Trump is claiming to have ended that ongoing conflict in the eastern Congo. I doubt it. I really doubt it. The Rwandans are profiting way too much off of it. And I would bet that the Rwandans are going to be like, yeah, we will no longer directly be involved. We can't help it, though, if M23 is still over there fighting. I mean, that's not us. That's an independent rebel group. You see what I mean? So who he's meeting with today are, oh my gosh, you guys can't even see the full thing. Forgive me. Um, he's meeting with today is Paul Kagame, who's the sort of authoritarian president of Rwanda and the leader of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So that's what's happening. So it's North Kivu, South Kivu, very, very sad situation for the people that live there. Okay. All right. So there you go. There's a little summary. So that's what he's going to do today. You can see here in the background. I know weirdly, I know a weird amount about the Central Africa and the stuff going on there. You can see here on on the left, this is the Rwandan flag. The Rwandan flag is new actually, because the old one could basically be compared to a swastika flag. It was sort of symbolic of Hutu radicalism. So they changed it, and I actually like their flag now even more. I'll show you an image of it. Um, Old Rwandan flag versus new. Okay. You can see here the old Rwandan flag is this right here, which just kind of boring in my opinion. But also it's a Hutu nationalist flag, so it's very much kind of linked with Hutu radicalism and fascism and genocide. Okay, and then the new one, I actually really like it. I think it's pretty. It's this one right here. And it has zero racial implications. It has this kind of beautiful sun in the corner. Anyway, so you can see behind delivering peace, Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda peace deal. You can see both of the flags there. So he's going to be coming out because apparently they were signing a peace deal of some sort. Though I really doubt it's a real peace deal, but we'll see. Okay, there you go, guys. There's a little summary in case they come back on here. Now, in case they do come on. So I'm going to, while we're waiting for that, please keep chatting and stuff. I need to quickly finish up what I'm doing here. Okay, because I'm running out of time. All right. How's everyone doing out there? My layout. It's 3. He's gonna be like, I'm ending another war. This is another war I'm ending. The war is ended. Right? I mean, we can all kind of guess that's what's gonna happen. Right. Everyone's still alive out there? Yeah, exactly. Drink every time he says Biden. And folks, we're not going to, because I'm working on stuff, that's why we're watching this. I understand it. Okay, excellent. Just making sure. Got so quiet suddenly. I'm so used. Anyway, go on. I need to get used to not being in a. Where the hell is that coming from? Yeah, I understand, Meowzord. Where the. That music? That music is coming from the scene we're looking at. What? Are they playing that music there? Okay, yeah, Meowzord, I know, right? But like it's an international event and they're playing like Americana at an international event where they're supposed to be signing a peace deal? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my goddamn. Am I gonna get copyrighted because that goddamn song is playing? You know what? We're gonna mute it until they come out. Because I can't even stand to listen to it to be honest with you. I don't even want to hear it. So anyway, we're gonna mute that shit. That is insane to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Just wow. Uh I can't believe it. All right. I mean, I can believe it. I'm just still rather taken aback by that. All right. Ooh, Jesus. Um, right, let me finish, go back to here. I need to know. Nazi art here. I need to remind myself I need to get some images of Nazi art. Where are they? Nazi art is so boring. Oh my god, it's like it's so awful. At least the Italian fascist art has some, I guess, artistic value to it. But like, eh, not Nazi Italian fascist art. It's so boring. Um, like, yeah, like this. Oh my god, so boring. I've seen this before. All right, we'll put that up there. Nazi art in quotes because I refuse to call it art. It's just like it's basically just plagiarized shit. Okay. Yeah, he'll probably do ground. Yeah, he probably will do ground strikes on Christmas. A Merry Christmas world, right? A Merry Christmas. Um, Chef. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, you're right, Sir Bartholomew. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. Cheese soup like this. Like. Well. Okay. You mean like Italian? Do you mean Italian? Because like the Nazi art is. We'll talk about it during the mainstream. It doesn't like it's not so you're right. It's good art as in like it looks like it's well painted, but just like the content is boring to me. Like, and I'm literally not saying that because it's Nazi art. I just don't like the style of the art. It's just boring to me. It's kind of derivative. But anyway, I'm Italian fascist art, some of it. Like the more modernist versions, it has some artistic merit, I think. But like obviously I'm not pro. I'm just anyway, I need to be careful how I phrase these things, okay? Uh okay, all right. Oh yeah, here's this bullshit. I don't even deal with that. Well, what is this called? I can't remember what's this called. Uh Shit, what is that art piece called? I've seen it before. Not that one. Where is it? This bullshit. Damn it. I'll need to find it. No, cheap cheese soup. How dare you? No, I don't love Italian fashion. Hey, shut up, Matt Saigai. No, thank God this is a pre-stream. Okay. Here. Well, this is a good one too. We got this. Not see. This is just boring. Oh my God, it's so boring. Okay. All right. What is this called again? Like, no one is including the names of any of this shit. Um, I want to find the pornographic. Well, here we go. Here we go. Here's. Oh, that's another one I want to show everyone. God damn it. Okay, I need to find the names of this shit. Because I can't remember the names of these pieces. Like this one, they're never gonna let me. They're never gonna tell me the name. The flag. Well, let's look up the flag bearer because that is one I want. The flag bearer. I'm looking at the. Okay. So okay, Matt's like I hate you so much. Okay, Matt. You'll see what I mean, folks, when I show you like um the Italian fascist art. It's weirdly modernist in some ways. Um, uh, at least it's somewhat creative. Let's put it that way. I don't like the content, but I like the style. Is like okay, well, that's not as boring as the Nazis. The flag bearer. Okay, Hitler. Um, Meow's. Oh, what? I'm sorry. Is this because of my comment on which comment, Meowsword? Um, I probably not Meowsword because I've made this. I made this a while ago. I just needed to finish doing it. Um, right, here we go. Here's the flag bearer, which is so boring. Okay. Um, Now I just need to know the date. Here it is. There. Here we go. Do that then. Right in my page here. Why move this over here? We're going to need to move it back over here. I'm having trouble finding the Nazi art I want. Well, that's probably good, at least. It's a good sign. Right. Here's the flag bearer. Nope. The damn thing. I need to have fewer of these things propped up so I can stop. There it is. Copy. Jesus. All right, I need to hurry up here. Paste. There we go. Hey, Nazi art. God, hate it. All right. Moving on. Next one. New slide. New slide. I need to duplicate this one so I can use the same. All right. Next piece of Nazi art. Next piece of Nazi art. I was saying, just kind of right. See, I know, right? Kind of looks like it, guys. It looks like it. So what were you saying, Meowsard? It might be that triggered that reminded me to do this, Meowsard. I don't remember you saying it though, but I was saying that from a branding perspective, the fundamental issue with fashion art and symbolism is way too strong and heavy handed. America's branding is great. Oh yeah, that's fair, Meowsard. That's fair. Okay. Do you really hate it though? Matt's like, what are you referring to? Okay. Yeah. Oh no, I agree. Weird amorphous blob. Okay. I agree. I think some of the Soviet art and propaganda stuff was actually pretty cool looking, even if, but anyway, okay, let's see here. The other one now, some of the um uh what was that one? There's like what's the pornographic shit, I shouldn't have said that out loud. There's like what is it called? I don't want to give it away. Um Women in Mitch. Okay, so they have some very interesting portrayals of women in art and Nazi art. Um I where is this shit? Well, we could do that. That's propaganda, but I mean, what Nazi art isn't propaganda? It's not like real propaganda cheese soup, okay? It's not like real propaganda. It's not like real propaganda there's an element, okay, okay, how dare all of you. There's an element in Nazi art that it always portrays women in a way that makes them objectified. It's not actually pornographic, but it's similar to what you would see in something pornographic, okay? You'll see what I mean if I can find it here. So this one, I'll go back to find a name for that one for the sake of time. But um, uh, ew, okay, duplicate. Okay, yeah, I hate you all. I should not. I should. I'm used to being able to talk to myself about this shit. Are you not sex positive? How dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay. Fertile. Yes. Okay. Now, Neo, I'm trying to find. Like, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble finding this crap. Well, well, there's this. This is not an example. Well, actually, this could be an example. This could be an example. You know what? I will unfortunately not cheese soup. Fortunately not. Okay. I wish cheese soup. Jesus Christ. Okay, just kidding. All right. All right. Well, there actually are some twinks in Nazi art, but anyway, but they're not like, it's like not the fun kind, I guess you could say. All right. Moving on here. I'll shut up. Okay, I'll shut up. MSG. Okay. Um, wait, come on, Mad Sci guy. You need to look up what a twink is. Okay, how about that? All right. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I'm okay. Um, here we go. This one is. I want to get into this conversation. This one is Working Maidens, and it is. I've seen this one before too. We'll copy that image. Paste. Boop. Okay, Working Maidens. That's okay, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai, you should know though. You should know Matt Saigai. Look it up. It's like uh okay. Okay. All right. Working Maidens. There are folks, for those who don't know what the hell we're talking about. Okay, you know what? I am a teacher. And now I have adults around. I can actually teach things. So in the gay community, in the LGBTQ community, LGBTQIA plus community. There are various words, especially in the gay community. Well, not just in the gay community, but there are words that are used to describe. It's very objectifying, to be honest with you. I've never been that big of a fan of it. Words that are used to describe different body types and different kinds of gay people. Okay, different kinds of gay people. All right. Twink is one of those words. Like bears. So a bear would be a man who is very furry, has a lot of hair, and is bigger, like a lumberjack type guy. Okay, that would be a bear. You have twinks. Um, Twinks are, in theory, they're hairless. Okay, hairless. Twinks are hairless and typically thinner or like smaller, skinnier. You have hunks who are that would be daddy or a dad. Okay, in your groove, like daddy would be someone who has like a dad bod. Okay, no cheese soup. I mean, no body hair. What would be a God? This is so gross. I can't believe I'm describing this. So a twink would be have no body hair. Why is this not work? Okay, and also now you also have a hunk. So a hunk is a guy that is more muscular. Now, uh, you also have, by the way, twunks, which is a muscular twink that is hairless, has little body hair. Okay, so like you can have like a so then if you so because like a normal twink isn't that muscular, but then if you have like a twunk, it's a hunk and a twink. Yeah, this is a central lesson, okay? Anyway, and then if you wanna go even further down this rabbit hole, folks, I know it really Mauser, I did not invent these terms. I'd like to point that out, folks. Forgive me. I actually don't like the kind of a lot of these terms. I feel that they're kind of objectifying. Regardless, um, even though, I'm bad at that in a lot of ways. You also you have daddies, you have otters. Otters. So otters are like thin, hairy gay men who will, sometimes have a beard. They can have a lot of body hair. They're not bears, but they are otters. Yeah, listen, don't ask. Don't ask. Okay. Boondinglers down in Whoville. Meowsord, the Thrunks and the Boondinglers down in Whoville. Okay, I love that. Uh, all right. You also, by the way, folks, if you want to hear more of this stuff, we don't have to keep talking about it, but there's also a category called POZ, P-O-Z, which are people who are HIV positive. Not to bring the mood down, but that's another sort of category. All right. Uh, who's my favorite gay icon? Oh, that's hard. Um, that's very hard, Meals. I have to think about that. Probably, I don't know. I really like uh, second here. Eh. I don't know. I have to think about that Meowsword. Bayard Rustin. I love Bayard Rustin. If you ever look up who Bayard Rustin is, Bayard Rustin was the guy who wrote all the speeches for JFK. Yeah, gay terminology, Kahoot. Like JFK, or not JFK. God damn it, MLK. He was a black gay communist who never got much attention because the civil rights movement was too embarrassed to make him the face of things because he was a gay communist. So they let him kind of do a lot of MLK speeches, and he never really got credit for much. So I do love Bayard Rustin a lot. All right. Um, because of course the gay people were betrayed by the civil rights movement in a lot of ways. Okay, anyway. So let's see here. Not that I don't like the civil rights movement. Okay, women, yeah, look them up. Bayard Rustin. I can show you all. Um, Bayard Rustin. This is Bayard Rustin. He was an American political activist and prominent leader in the social movement for civil rights. Okay. Um, He actually is the one who he was the principal organizer of the one who organized the March on Washington and Jobs for Freedom. Like, but no one ever talks about him, right? He didn't get any credit. We only typically talk about MLK, even though he was like the one behind the scenes doing most of it. Anyway, um, and yeah, exactly. Rustin was a gay man, and due to criticism over his sexuality, usually advised other civil rights leaders from behind the scenes. And like I said, he was a communist, so they also didn't like that. So anyway, it's just a note there. Feel free to look up good old Bayard here, Bayard Rustin. All right. Um, all right, let's see here. God, the FBI is gonna be like, why am I searching civil rights followed by Nazi art? Okay. Um, all right, let's see here. Art of the Third Reich. Hmm. Oh God, see, I can't find the one I really want. What is it called? Of course, you also got if you want to, I'll stop talking about the gay terms anyway. What do we got here? Nazi classical art or art of the Third Reich. Art of the Third Reich. Um, yeah, oh yeah, I remember this stuff. Here we go. This shit right here. Such boring bullshit. Okay. Oh my God, it's so gay. I totally forgot how gay this shit is. Okay. Comradeship. Oh my God, the Nazis were so gay. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Um, I mean that okay, they're not actually gay. They hated gay people, but there's a lot of weird homoeroticism in their art. Comradeship. Uh, because they're obsessed with masculinity and shit. Oh, Weird Morphos Blob. The Florida Heritage Foundation curriculum thing explicitly makes teaching about communists. Yep. Oh, 100% Weird Morphos Blob. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Uh, Folks, I'm sorry I'm not talking much here. How's everyone doing out there? I know I'm kind of just being like dead quiet at this point, but all right, let's see here. Stream information. Boop. We even have many people here. I don't know. Uh, yeah, it's not gay if it's for the good of the Reich. No, you're exactly. Um, Brett, chill out, do your thing. No, I know, guys. I'm weird. I'm weird because I get paranoid because, like, when I was a teacher, if I heard silence, I'd be like, "Is everyone okay out there?" Okay. I get so paranoid. All right. Let's see here. Um, comradeship. Comradeship. Okay. Plus, you all talk a lot, so I'm shocked when you're not talking. It's like, what's wrong with them? They're not talking. All right. Comradeship. Art. Nazis. Um, I got you guys. That's right. Joseph Thorak, 1937. Oh, cool, Matt Saigon. Cool, Matt Saigon. Oh, I know, right? Weird Mortals Blob agreed. Almost done cooking. Fantastic, Macy Schroeder. Okay, I'll shut up, folks. We're all kind of just working together, doing shit. I like that. Uh, um, okay. Comradeship. Let's see. So let's find some more Nazi art on here. Duplicate. Where's the other one? I want to. There's one in particular I'm looking for here. I can't remember what it's called. I should know. It's not like I studied this or something forever. Uh, the House of Art here. I got you guys. So, like today, folks, we're gonna be talking about like old fashioned fascist art. Um, w- there's so much to talk about in that regard. It's going to have to sort of not talk about all of it like normal because like a lot of these things you could have a whole goddamn class on. And I actually did have a whole class on some of these things. I took a whole entire class when I was in college on uh, um, film art and literature of the Third Reich. So it's like we had to watch a whole bunch of Nazi movies and shit. Right, word Morris Blob. So this we could this is going to be very but it's super fascinating class, absolutely fascinating. Um, Now the good stuff though, there was a lot of really good German art from right before the Nazis took over, like the Weimar period, absolutely amazing art. Some of my favorite art actually comes from the period right before the Nazis. Um, oh, here's another really gay one. Okay. Oh my God, they're such gay people. All right. I mean, I say that with love to all the gays out there. Forgive me. Okay. Oh my God, the homosexuality is just screaming. All right. All right. Where is this? All right. Okay. All right. It is always funny to me how like hyper masculinity often results in looking this way. Okay. Um, Hours. Dictators dictate art. Let's see here. Here we go. Water sports, 1936. Water sports, hilarious. Okay. Uh, you guys, you think that I'm only talking because you're here, but if I were doing this without you guys on here, I'd be like saying the same shit to myself. I like talk out loud a lot. 96. 36. On English. Right. I need to find the one with the women. Come on, where's that neoclassical Nazi shit? Ugh. Okay. Um, I know, right, Mouseword? I know, right? Like, it's so strange to me. Though there is I'm trying to find there it's interesting, though, you can tell I know I keep joking about this being gay. You can tell that they're straight when you see their, well, I don't wanna assume people's sexuality here, but my point here give me they're Nazis, who gives a shit? When you see how they draw women, it's super interesting. I already found one I wanna find more, though. 'Kay, where is this? Women neoclassical Nazi women, um, art. Where is this shit? Uh, yeah. No, you're right, Meowsword, and that's the weird thing. They, they don't even really do that, Meowsword, which is strange. Nazi women art. Uh, where is this? Okay. Well, I'll come back to this if I can't find it. I can generally I do have one image I can show people. Okay. We'll go to the next one here. Let's do some archi let's see if is the, has the press conference started? Looks like it's about to start. Is the music still playing? Oh my god. This is insane. Oh my god. Can you imagine being, like, a representative from the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Like, you've been people have been dying and being slaughtered, and then you come to this peace conference, and all you hear is that in the background. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Alright, moving on. I'm not even gonna I Jesus, okay. Yeah, it's a serious country. White weird amorphous blob, insane, insane. Uh, okay, let's do fascist architecture. That'll be the last one I do here. Or Nazi architecture. Duplicate this slide. Oh, I know, Meowsor. It really is. It really is. Baby boomer Santa, right, Macy? By the way, folks, it is December now. I know you all probably hate me for this. I know a bunch of you are lefties who hate anything that's happy and joyous. Okay, you know I'm joking. I'm being passive aggressive because I know you're gonna judge me. I really like Christmas. I don't I know I like Christmas. I like it. I like the lights. I get depressed and dark and down when it's wintry, and then you got all these pretty lights everywhere. It's like, ooh, I'm easily distracted. I like Christmas. No, I don't like the consumerism part of it, but I do like the Christmas time. Alright. It's kinda, like, warm and shit. Alright. Don't judge me. I need something to keep me sane. Alright. And also, like, the food around Christmas time, like, all the hot shit. Yay, thank you, Alyssa, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Papa Mushroom. It's the big thank you, God. Oh, thank God, okay, how d cheese soup, I swear on my life, cheese soup, okay? I'll probably be eating a lot of cheese soup, by the way, cheese soup, because it's a nice warm thing to have during Christmas. Yeah, don't judge me, I know it's awful, I know. I mean, I'm horrible, but I need some sort of joy in my life, or I need some sort of joy, alright? Um, okay, uh what's a good teacher gift? Oh, Alyssa, you could offer a new job. If you want to give the teacher you have of your parents um, a good gift, just give them a new job. That'd be nice. Just kidding, Alyssa. Let's see here. Good gift, Alyssa. I would do like a gift card. If it's a woman, I know I'm not trying to be gendered here, but a lot of times teachers need an excuse to relax. Get them like a good face mask, even if it's a man. A man might like a face mask. Okay, I would get like a face mask, like one of those cheap face masks, or something from Bed Bath and Beyond, something that's like relaxing. because God, that's what teachers need. Okay, I would love that shit too when I would get it. Um, yeah, like a self care gift basket, that'd be good too. But if you want something super inexpensive, like a something for self care. Um, okay. Though no, don't listen to Meowzord. Don't listen to Meowzord. Uh, oh, that's great, Alyssa. Though that works too. That works too. I would say unless she's asking you, I know I would like it when don't listen to Meowsword. When I would like it when people would get me stuff that would be used for work, but I would always prefer it when it'd be something for my own relaxation. It made me think I was gonna say a Kevlar vest. Yeah, that would be a good one. Okay, that'd be hilarious. I know I personally would if they seem to be thinking that they would care about my well-being, I would prefer that. Okay, but yes, it's sad that they need things for work, but okay. Anyway, okay, all right. But hey, if, you know, you also give them stuff that they can use at work too. I'm sure that'd be nice for a lot of them. Okay, let's. Oh God, such boring Nazi architecture. Um, that's actually a good point, Meowser. That is a good point. That is a good point. Okay, how dare you, Meowser? Don't you dare contradict me, Meowser. Don't you dare contradict me ever. All right. Let's see here. This is the there it is. Oh, that's the so funny. Such insanity. Oh my God, their idea of what they wanted for a Jesus Christ. Okay. Um so crazy. Oh, the Nazis are silly. All right. You guys didn't hear me. I meant that like as an insult. I hope you know I'm being okay, whatever. You're all gonna judge me no matter what I say. All right. Um, let's see here. Oh, that's really nice of you, Alyssa, really. My God, so boring. Why can they do better architecture? I mean, it looks. I mean, it's whatever. It's fine. It's just so dull. Okay. Um, where's the Cathedral of Lights with Nazis? But do you know? Yes, I do. I know about George Lincoln Rockwell. What would you like to? What would you like to talk about in regards to George Lincoln Rockwell, Chief? Because I actually will probably do a presentation on George Lincoln Rockwell sometime. I literally will. Um, Interesting character. I mean, the art, uh, George Lincoln, not the art. I'm sorry. Well, wait a minute. God damn it! No, no, no! Stupid thing. George Lincoln, like, well, right. Uh, the yeah. He said, okay. Do you know he had a lieutenant? Oh, absolutely. Now, cheese soup. A while back, I actually started a presentation on the spread of Nazi ideas into America. And I said I would do more because I only talked about Francis Parker Yockey and the post-war international. And then eventually I was going to do like George Lincoln Rockwell, some more on the Ku Klux Klan. I've already kind of talked about Christian identity and Francis Parker Yockey. Um, yeah, Oswald Mosley in the UK, absolutely. It's interesting, you know, George Lincoln Rockwell. First of all, he looks hilarious. Second of all, he had a top lieutenant who ended up unaliving himself when he found out that he had some Jewish ancestry. I just thought that was funny. I gotta tell you, I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, "Okay, bye." Okay. Anyway, um, all right. So, but anyway, so George Lincoln Rockwell, really messed up guy. Also, he always looks hilarious in all of his pictures. Look at that shit. Look at that. Look at that. "Rrr, I'm so serious. I'm so serious." Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'll talk about George Lincoln Rockwell at some point. Because I don't know if you know this, Chuchis, that's what I studied in grad school. Is I studied well, one of my master's thesis was on the post-war fascist international. So how sort of Nazism and fascism sort of spread after World War II and how it took root in other countries. So yeah, it's so interesting to me. Um, okay, let's see here. Cathedral of light. All right. Oh, here we go. It's kind of cool though. I got it, but like in a creepy way. All right. Not scary, creepy way. Hmm. Okay, guys. So eventually here at 1:30, I'm going to go live for everyone. So just to warn you there, we'll go live for everyone at 1:30. I've got to quickly finish this up before I do it. But I also don't really know what we're going to do today other than this presentation. I've been talking too much. Uh, I guess we'll figure it out. It'd be nice though, folks, if there were some things for me to react to in the reactions channel, that'd be lovely. That would be lovely. I would hope that there's some things for me to react to there. I'll have to check though, I guess. And if not, I'll just have to find something on the fly because I moved way too slow today. I need to get better at that. Um, uh, oh, let's see. Reichstag. Reichstag chamber. Um, oh wait, I need to be more specific. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do this. So we got this is actually cute. I love this. Um, God, I love it. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm like talking to myself. I love the new German eagle that they have in their Reichstag. Where okay, I'm gonna put that up in here so I can show that as sort of a counterpoint. Okay. Um, all right. Mm. Yeah, Marco Rubio has arrived. That's good news. So I don't. Why would you want to buy that shit? Okay. Um, did you? Oh, that's strange in your groove. I did not see it. It's interesting. There it is. We'll do this. Copy, paste. Boop. Okay. Um, and we'll stop there for now. Okay, guys. So, this is what we're gonna do, folks. I'm going to quickly, while we're on here, I'm going to quickly rewrite the shit. The uh, where is it? I'm going to rewrite our the title for what we're doing here. Okay. Where did I put it? Create, go live. So instead of saying members only live stream, because it's about to not be members only, we are going to do, Macy, sometimes you go quiet, and I feel like we got to ask if you're okay. That's fair, Macy. Forgive me, guys. I only just noticed you guys said something. I was so hyper focused. Thank you, Macy. Hello, SoCal. Okay, so let me quickly change the title here. Um, okay. Though admittedly, Macy, given that my uh, special election results spell trouble for GOP. GOP art of Scism. Discord reactions, casual chat. Okay. So we're just going to do this. We're going to say first a presentation on fascist art. Second, a chat about the special election results. Second, a chat about the special election results and news and other news. Third, live Discord reactions. Casual chat throughout. Okay. Now I need to quickly change this over to visibility, public, done, save. All right. All right, guys. Now I got to quickly change up the other one. Right, guys, let me quickly do this now. I got to change this over now. So, folks, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to briefly go back to the waiting page. Okay, I got to go use the restroom and get some more coffee. So, as when I get back, we will start the second stream. I'll come back probably a little bit before 11:30. So you're going to hear me go quiet for a bit here. I'll be right back. But you are going to see the screen. It's just going to say the waiting screen. Okay, be right back here. See you all soon. Hello, everyone. Hello. How is everyone? How is everyone doing? Happy, what is it, Wednesday? Hello, happy Wednesday. Many of you were probably already in here. Alas, happy Wednesday. Okay, hi. Hi, hi, hi. How do we got here? Who do we got? We still got people? Still got people, I hope. Is it today? Oh my God, you're right. I'm an idiot. Thursday. Oh my God, I'm such a fool. Thank you, In Your Groove. It's Thursday. I knew that. I'm testing you. I'm testing you, In Your Groove. It's actually Thursday. Okay, so all right, you guys. So hello, hello, happy Thursday. Okay, I understood, Alyssa. I understand, Alyssa. I wasn't saying much. Okay, hello, Alyssa. So let's see, who do we got here? I know I'm starting kind of early here. What do you get for passing the test In Your Groove? You get my infinite love In Your Groove. How about that? My infinite, undying love. Okay. Anyway. Okay. How about that In Your Groove? Anyway. Um. We get. Uh. I know we're not. Yeah, I shouldn't be testing you. It's not Friday yet, though. Tomorrow, by the way, folks, is my father's birthday. That's my dad's birthday is tomorrow. So don't tell him I told you that. Okay. Anyway, speaking of that, let's see here. Who do we got here? We got. I know we got Melissa here. I think we got Malzord still. Matt Sai guy. Cheese soup. Cheese soup. Um. Weird amorphous blob. SoCal. Yaha was here and with a great opening comment right here about the Kevlar vests. Still here, but I got you, Weird Amorphous Blob. In Your Groove, of course. Mithril is here. Hello, Mithril. Hiyori is here. Glad to see you, Hiyori. Um, okay, guys, this is great. This is great news. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to reset the chat because for some reason it doesn't appear to be showing me the YouTube again for some reason. So we will just quickly reset that for the sake of getting up the YouTube chat. And this is why I need a new computer. I don't know why it. Okay, well, maybe it's because it's a members only stream or whatever. Regardless, we'll do that. So, guys, we got a few things to talk about today. Yeah, you're right, SoCal. So we have a few things to talk about. Um, I I did again. I did an early stream today for members and for people. If you want to go over on Twitch, you could have seen it. Hopefully, this will work now. Um, and I made a presentation for us. I don't have much else planned though. I got to tell you, I was definitely kind of not prepared for today as we're starting. So we'll have to find some things to react to for later in the stream. Trump is currently speaking. He just came on. Since we started a bit early, maybe we could watch a little bit of him, and then we will see if it. We'll see if it. When it comes to when it's like 1:30, maybe we'll stop. I doubt it's anything too interesting. Would someone send a message just so I can in YouTube just to so we can see if it's working there? You know what? I can send a message. Hi, hi, boop. Yep, it's working now. There we go. All right, so now we can see everyone's messages. Fantastic. Okay. So, great, great. Thank you, Papa Daka. It looks like it is working now. Fantastic. Okay, so let's move over to that. As always, folks, we got a super chat going here. Super chat goal. If you'd like to, by the way, if anyone has Amazon Prime, you can come over to Twitch and subscribe. So you don't have to see ads. You can do it for free if you have Amazon Prime. And it'll send me some of Jeff Bezos's money, help redistribute the wealth to poor little me. And you can do it for free. Yeah, see here. So if we get one, we'll do the jester hat. As always, the classic here. 3, jester collar. 4 or 5. I'm sorry, 5. We'll do a jester game at 5. I'm protecting my face today a little bit. Though actually, this new makeup isn't that bad. Jester game if we get to 5. Jester game. All right. And then 6 will be, or 7 will be makeup. Jester makeup, and then we'll figure out what to do for 10 once we get there. Okay, so there we go. Then we'll start that goal. All right, fantastic. Same thing if you're over on Twitch, you can if you send 200 bits, that counts towards our super chat goal. If you subscribe, if you become a subscriber on Twitch, that also counts towards the super chat goal. So thank you for anyone who does that. Also, if you become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month, one doesn't count. If we get two, that counts though. If you subscribe at the what is it? What's the revolter level? The 99 cent level. If you subscribe at the revolutionary level or the rebel level, it counts as one. All right. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's see what Trump's talking about real fast before we get into the meat of the presentation. I'm going to go back a little bit here. This is live. He is currently talking about a peace deal between Rwanda and the DRC, apparently. So let's just see what's going on here. Let's see what kind of nonsense we're going to have to deal with. And we may not do this for too long, folks. You know, we'll see if it's even worth us listening to. But since I came on a bit early, why not? Why not? Let's just see what the orange Mussolini is saying, or the mango Mussolini. I feel like this lighting is off today. There we go. That's a bit better.
This is a nice building, I have to tell you. So this is a special occasion.
By the way, we were listening.
But number one is it's our first occasion in this building using it for peace, and it's all about peace. And it's a great honor. And Marco, you've done a fantastic.
You guys
job
should have heard before
ready,
it started. They were playing Americana music,
building,
which is just crazy. Anyway,
we all appreciate it. And very importantly, we're settling a war
International
that's been
Peace
going on
Conference.
for decades, with millions and millions of people killed. And these two gentlemen spent
that
a
is
lot of
actually
time.
true, and it's funny because no one ever talks about it. The Second Congolese War was the bloodiest conflict since World War II, and no one really knows about it.
Backstage talking
Thank
to each
you,
other
SoCal.
over at the
Thank you.
Oval Office. We were at
Hey,
the Oval Office together.
Victoria,
It was
hello.
beautiful. And I think it's just a very important day. And we have other leaders
Jester
from
hat
other
coming
countries. And you said such beautiful things. I'd love to have you come up. We'll finish up, and then I'd love to have you come up, and if you can issue the words that you just issued backstage. It usually doesn't work, you know. It usually never happens. They said, oh, they said it much better before, but
Oh my God, I don't know if I can take
better
much
up
of this,
here, but
folks.
I'd
We'll
love to have
see.
you say how you felt, because it is an amazing day. Great day for Africa, great day for the world, and for these two countries, and they have so much to be proud of. And I want to thank the leaders. I want to thank you very much. It means maybe more because we are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs because I hear it's a lot. Okay? They don't build inexpensively here. But I just want to
what does that have
thank
to
you
do with
very much.
anything?
So please sit down, everybody. I want to thank everybody for
Thank you,
being
Mithril. Thank
here.
you. Like
It's a
my shirt.
momentous
Thank you.
occasion. It's truly
Yeah, it is kind of warm in here, though,
incredible
Mithril,
setting.
just because
It's, very few
I have a
places
heater
I've
set
seen
up.
like
So,
this.
but thank you.
In this holy season, we prepared
You
to
all know how to make me feel a girl feel good about herself, don't you?
celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace. We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest-running conflicts
Oh my God,
anywhere in the
Yaha,
world,
no, right?
with far more than 10 million people
Yeah, we're probably going to hear. So Hiyori, I'll
killed.
explain,
Today, we
folks.
commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed and to
I'll explain the conflict that he is claiming to have solved here in a moment. I did tell people before this, as in like during the pre-stream, I talked about it, but I'll quickly re-explain it to folks who have come in. I'm going to wait a little bit to make sure to see if more people come in, to make sure more people can hear it. So maybe like in a few more minutes, I'll explain the conflict he's talking about.
begin a new era of harmony and
Good
cooperation
question though,
between the
Hiyori.
Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. I want to thank the two courageous leaders. They are courageous leaders. They really are courageous leaders, great people. President Tshisekedi of
Oh my God, Yaha, I'm already starting to say Gisekite. Gisekite? Is that really how it's pronounced? I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. I'm guessing it's not. Hello, Dolly Boy. Okay, you're right. I can't wait for him to be like, they have beautiful English. They speak English so well, and then they'll probably be like, sir, we speak English. That's our country's language. I don't think either country does have English as their national language, but still, I can see something like that happening.
the Democratic Republic of the Congo and President Kagame
of
Oh,
Rwanda.
he actually
They are
pronounced that correctly, weirdly enough.
amazing people, and they had stories to tell me that were incredible. Really fascinating in so many different ways. Sad and beautiful, both
Sad and beautiful.
and beautiful, and today makes them beautiful. I've just held
Does it?
really fantastic meetings with both men and representatives of other countries.
I know in your
Discuss
group,
the
he really
importance
can't.
of upholding this new agreement. Very detailed, powerful agreement. I also
Powerful
want to
agreement,
thank several
guys.
foreign guests and dignitaries in attendance to celebrate this magnificent event, including the president of Angola.
You're right.
Please,
You're
would you
right.
stand? And
Mithril.
so great to see you. Thank you.
By the way, that's funny. Now, I get it. This is a peace agreement. You have to be kind of nice to everyone. Okay, I'm not discounting that. Angola was an aggressor partially in this war. This is a complicated thing, okay? Rwanda was an aggressor. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is kind of innocent in a lot of this. It's just weird to. Okay, maybe I'm being biased. If it's a peace agreement, they have to be nice to everyone. Never mind. Okay.
The president of Burundi, thank you very much. Great.
Also a bit of an aggressor. Okay,
To see
whatever.
you
I get it.
again.
I get it. I get it. It's a peace treaty. Whatever.
The president of
If it is.
Kenya. We have the Olympics here. You know, they do very well in the Olympics, those runners. I don't know what the heck you do with those runners, but they are very good. I've been watching them for a long time. So we have the Olympics coming to the United
Yeah,
States.
of course. His idea of like a Kenyan or an Ethiopian. I know, right? Yeah. Like the only thing he can imagine is like, oh, those are the black people that I always see running at the Olympics, right? Like, okay. Anyway,
You know that. Thank you very much. And you'll come as our guest. Thank you. And the president of the
course, we're the Morpheus
Council
Blob.
of Ministers of Togo. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm weird amorphous blob. I haven't either, to be
The
honest.
Vice
Weird amorphous blob.
President of Uganda. Thank you. It's such a beautiful color. Like, all these guys are wearing these dark suits. You just stand out for a lot of reasons. You're beautiful.
What?
The foreign ministers of Qatar. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to my friend, a great man.
Why? See, this is gross. Why is Qatar there? Like, oh, Jesus Christ. We all know. I mean, Rwanda, it brought them in. Okay. All right.
And the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you.
See, why? What the hell? Why? See, I need to look more into this. Why the hell is the United Arab Emirates and the Qatar there? Okay. I mean, all
My
right.
regards, right? And the chairman of the African Union Commission, who's done a fantastic job, and thank you for all your help. We appreciate
I'm looking
all
it
your
up.
help. A special group of people. A very special thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco, please.
I know, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, guys, I know that like Qatar, for example, they have, but it's like it's so gross to me. Like they're like imperial interests, and they're at the like. Why do they? Okay. All right.
And thank you for putting a certain name in that building. I said, boy, that is beautiful. That blew up last night.
And also, don't forget, those countries have been bribing Trump, so it's kind of like maybe that's one of the reasons he's letting them come there. Like, okay.
That's a great honor. It really is. On this building, it's a great honor. Thank you very much. I assume you had a lot to do with that. Just a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Senior Advisor for Africa, Masad Boulos, who's been fantastic. Thank you, Masad. All of these people, every one of them were indispensable in forging this agreement. Let me also recognize Senators Mike Rounds and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you. Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Representatives Ronnie Jackson. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie is that great guy. He won his race in Texas by 48 points, right, Ronnie? So I don't have to ask if he's in any. I don't even have to endorse him anymore. It doesn't matter. Save the paper, right? Great job. Chris Smith. Chris. Thank you, Chris. Great. Good job. Trent Kelly. Trent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
and
Yeah,
the
the
acting
war hawk.
president of the Institute for Peace, Darren Beatty. Thank you, Darren, very much. Thank you very much, Darren.
Right. So, also, guys, did you hear yesterday? I know I'm having trouble caring about what he's saying here. Um, how Trump pardoned what's his face? Oh, Democrat, the Democratic congressman or senator, that was being corrupted by Egypt. What's his name? What was his name? Oh my God, why can't I remember now? Trump pardons. This is Yaha mentioning Egypt reminded me of this. No, not him. There's also him, the Honduran guy, but like the senator. What's his name? God damn it. Okay, you know what? Trump pardons. I'll find it. Trump pardons. Now, this is what's interesting to me. Trump pardons Congressman. Uh, yeah, thank you. Cellular. Okay. So yesterday, Donald Trump pardoned the Texas Democrat, Henry Cellular. Now, let me just explain to you Cuellar. Is it Cuellar? I should know how to pronounce it. Regardless, what's fascinating about this to me, right, is remember, this guy's a Democrat. And you know why he was indicted and stuff? Because he had literally been, cartoonishly had been accepting bribes from Egypt. And those bribes came in the form of literal gold bars that he had hidden in his house underneath floorboards and shit. And they found all these golden bars stamped with the Egyptian like national bank or whatever in his house underneath floorboards in a cartoonish display of corruption. And Trump is pardoning him. Now, why do we think this is? Why do we think Trump has no problem pardoning a corrupt Democrat? I think oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Menendez. I'm a fool. Okay. You know what? Let me take that back. Let me remind myself. I am thinking Menendez. Let me see here. Let me remind myself, which one is he? Okay. Sorry, there's just so many. That's right. That's right. So, Cuellar and his wife were charged in 2024 with accepting $600,000 in bribes from foreign entities. Okay, I can't remember. So he is not the one that was cartoonish about it. Regardless, he accepted over 600,000 in bribes from foreign entities. Forgive me, I messed up. I completely got these guys mixed up. They're also corrupt. So, all right. So, but this guy, anyway, Trump pardoned him. Now, why would you pardon a Democrat? Right? Why? Because Trump is trying to destroy the rule of law, obviously. So he pardons everyone who's corrupt, really, right? Like he pardoned that one Democratic guy from what was it, Minnesota or whatever. He pardoned. He wanted to he like put a sanction on Brazil, or he wanted to put tariffs on Brazil because they were going to imprison what's his face, Bolsonaro, and he said, "Well, it's a witch hunt." He's saying that he pardoned the Honduran drug guy because he says that this is all made up by the media and crap. It's just like it's funny because so he basically wants to pardon anyone who is corrupt or is a criminal, probably because he sees himself in them, right? He's trying to normalize this behavior so that I don't know. I feel like it's projection, don't you? Like he thinks that no one will come after him and his corruption if he pardons everyone and claims it's all fake for other people who are corrupt, right? Anyway, it's just so interesting to me. It's just so interesting to me. I think it's very telling, right? Uh, all right. It's just so telling to me. Um, yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. I'll go on. I'll move on here.
For more than 30 years, one of the worst conflicts on
I'm sorry,
earth
folks. I
has
haven't seen everyone's chats. I was too busy.
been
Okay.
raging in eastern Congo. Millions and millions of people have been tragically killed, went on forever, and countless more have been displaced from their homes. Families have been destroyed. It's been a disaster. Many
Yeah.
administrations have tried, but probably not too hard, knowing who preceded me. But they tried. It says they've tried, but we tried harder to end this conflict. But they've accomplished, obviously, they accomplished very little because the killing went on at levels that just got worse and worse. And today we're succeeding where so many others have failed, and this has become the
Oh,
eighth war
God.
that we've ended in less than
Wait a minute. I thought he had already ended 8 wars, right? According to him. So are we just okay? We're just all right.
1 year. Such an exciting thing to do. This has been a really, because we're talking about 30 years of fighting, 30 years,
I'll tell you, Hillary.
much more than 10 million lives. Last June,
Now
thanks to the
that's
efforts
not
of
fully true.
Secretary
Yeah,
Rubio
that
and
was live. He's kind of conflating multiple conflicts. Okay, we could say it's one big war. Yeah, I guess we could. I'm nitpicking.
Mr. Boulos, Rwanda and the DRC reached a landmark agreement to move toward peace. They started the process. I met with some of their great representatives who are here also, and we started a great process. The compact we're signing today, which will be known as the Washington Accords, everybody sort of liked that name, formalizes the terms agreed to in June, including a permanent ceasefire, the disarmament of non-state forces, provisions for refugees to return to their homes, and justice and accountability for those who have committed illegal atrocities. Very importantly, this agreement also creates a new framework for economic prosperity.
Yeah, no, Meowser, that is very true. Uh, like they, well, yeah, we could debate this, yeah, I agree. So there was the United States was trying to sort of counteract Chinese influence. They started a few years ago. I think it was under Obama, or I can't remember. They started this Africa initiative because they noticed the growing influence of China in Africa. So then they tried to counteract it with their own imperial ambitions. They might be doing this partially because of that. Um, it could be both. It could be that this is sort of their attempt to regain control over the situation. Like declining empire and stuff. Got to grasp for power where you're losing it. Um, it could be. I'm not sure. I would guess yes, but anyway, yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mania. It did. Like, and we've overthrown probably a couple regimes in the DRC. So, yeah, we're monsters, and it failed. But we don't. We of course we keep trying, right? We keep trying.
There's tremendous wealth in that beautiful earth. It's beautiful earth, but it was.
Oh, there we go. There you go, calling it outright. The DRC has a lot of rare earth minerals that are used in like cell phones and shit. And he's like, "Oh, you got a lot of beautiful earth metals over there. Give me some of them earth metals," right? Like that. That I love that. Okay.
Stained badly with blood, tremendous amounts of blood, but in the region that will support a lasting peace. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda have agreed to more closely integrate their economies with each other rather than fighting, and they'll be doing that. And these two gentlemen are very smart, and I think they liked each other a lot. I spent time with them.
Of course it will.
I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time killing each other, and now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands.
By the way, how has the West contributed to that? A lot. A lot. A lot.
And taking advantage of the United States of America economically like every other country does. So they're going to do very well. But they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success. And I think they're going to get along really well. So I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at it.
Honestly, Mania, I have not seen that yet. I'll have to look into that. I may have missed that. I didn't see the announcement of the informal announcement. Forgive me, Maniac. I'd have to look at it.
So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a much brighter future for the people of their countries. And they're heroes within their countries because of today. This is a big story. And So much is being written and said. All of the newscasts
There
have
you
it
go.
at
You know,
the
so this
top
is
of the
perfect.
list. And they are heroes, and we want to keep it that way. Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and
There you go.
provide
He says it out loud.
economic
Okay,
benefits
guys.
for
Yeah, there you go.
everybody.
He just said it. Like, because the United States is sitting in the back, just excited to loot those resources. Okay, so since we're doing this, I already explained this to people previously in the pre-stream, but real fast, Rwanda and DRC. So let me just show you a map here. Um, okay. So forgive me, folks, you have heard this already, but just for the people who don't know about it, here we have a map of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, right? This is in Central Africa, for those who don't know. Here's the thing. So the Democratic Republic of the Congo was colonized majorly. Okay, I mean, some of the worst crimes, colonial crimes, were committed in the DRC by the Belgians. We'll talk about that sometime. Regardless, Democratic Republic of Congo is a very wealthy country in terms of minerals. Okay, tons of minerals, rare earth minerals, rubber, lots of other very great minerals there. So why is it all right, yeah. Okay. Why is it then that it is racked by civil war a lot of the time? Very unstable, very impoverished population. Why is that? Well, because all the European powers in America, and now the Chinese, everyone else, and the Russians, have always had their filthy little hands inside the Congo, controlling the resources for the Congolese people, right? Instead of letting them control it to exploit all those resources and basically preventing the government from maintaining control over those resources so that the world's imperialists can control those resources and use them. Okay, so let me explain something to you, okay? That's not to say, now I am slightly oversimplifying. That is a big reason, okay, that there's so much chaos in the DRC. There is also some local imperialism happening with smaller countries around the DRC. So let me explain to you. So Rwanda, over here, you have Rwanda. Okay, very small country, and uh, in 19 oh dear, I know maniac. It's insane. In 1994, there was a genocide inside of Rwanda. Radical Hutu genocideers essentially attempted to exterminate the Tutsi population. I did a stream on it one time, and a bunch of those genocidal Hutu extremists, and not all Hutus are this way at all, fled into these two provinces right here in the Congo, the North Kivu and South Kivu. They fled into there, and the leader of Rwanda, who was a really complex guy, I got to tell you, he kind of was one of the reasons the genocide ended. Can't really fault him for that, but he's also an authoritarian leader. Paul Kagame, who's one of the people who are at this peace conference. Okay, uh, well, um, so after the Houthi, and he's a Tutsi. So okay, after these genocideers fled into North and South Kivu, suddenly another rebel group, and they formed rebel groups. Another rebel group called not MS, M23 forms in the region and starts attacking these Hutu genocideers and rebel groups, and also strangely start seizing all the rare earth mineral mines and things like that are located in North and South Kivu. And strangely enough, these dense, these really resource rich regions of DRC, all those resources suddenly start ending up back in Rwanda. It's like, well, that's kind of weird. Why is this rebel group inside? Well, turns out M23 was simply paid for by the Rwandan government, and they were basically being used as a proxy to seize resources in the eastern Congo and send them back to Rwanda. And meanwhile, because of the instability within the DRC, their government and their military have a hell of a time stabilizing that region. Okay. And the Rwandan military was often directly involved in assisting M23, and to the point where outright war broke out between the DRC and Rwanda won. this tiny little country. They actually marched troops all the way to Kinshasa and seized the government. Okay, anyway, and so intermittently and ongoing has been this conflict in North and South Kivu between Rwandan rebel forces and the DRC government and local Hutu forces over this resource-rich region. And Trump is claiming there's a lot more to it than this. Trump is claiming that he is going to end this conflict. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I think that Rwanda is probably going to continue to fund these groups and then claim that they're not doing it. There's okay. Anyway, but regardless, that is the conflict they're talking about. All right, is this sort of Rwandan incursions into the DRC? Um, okay, does that make sense? While of course the Western powers, of course, are also sticking their filthy hands to try and get their hands on the resources as well. All right, so all right, and so poor DRC, not in a great spot. Not in a great spot. Okay. Yes, Hiyori, yes. Now, I would have to check Hiyori. It kind of changes once in a while, and it's kind of unclear because there's a lot of different rebel groups. It's often unclear who's funding what rebel group in this region. And yes, Rwanda is still, though, as far as we know, in control of a lot of these resources. Um, oh, almost certain in your group. I bet he will, and I would bet what a lot of, by the way, there have been like Russian mercenaries and stuff in the region too. Okay, a lot a lot of this instability has allowed like China and now don't quote me on this, folks. I need to I get some of these things mixed up in my head. Have allowed like American and European and Chinese and Russian groups to also exploit these resources. So it's almost one of the reasons Trump might want stability here is so that they can be more sure that other nations don't exploit these resources apart from the United States and Europe, perhaps. So I'd have to check more into this. This is not a specialty of mine. Hello, Emmanuel. Hello. So we'll see. All right. Okay, so let's just quickly. I won't talk much more about this. As a matter of fact, you know what? We'll go till 2, and then we'll stop listening to Trump.
Cities. Very importantly, this agreement also creates a new framework for economic prosperity. There's tremendous wealth in those.
Oh my God, he just can't help himself.
It's beautiful earth.
Beautiful earth, minerals.
Stained badly with blood, tremendous amounts of blood. But in the region that will support a lasting peace, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda.
Oh, Hiyori, because human beings are cruel bastards a lot of the time.
With each other rather than fighting, and they'll be doing that. And these two gentlemen are very smart, and I think they liked each other a lot.
Oh yeah,
we're time with them. I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time.
Yep, in your groove.
Killing each other.
Oh my God.
And now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands, and taking advantage of the United States of America.
Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you.
Like every other country does. So they're going to do very well. But they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success. And I think they're going to get along really well. So I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at them. Look at the way they love each other.
It's so weird looking that they love each other. It's just gross. Like, okay, it's gross. Like a hyena. You're right, Toya.
So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a much brighter future for the people of their countries. And they're heroes within their countries because of today. This is a big story. And
of course, Meowzord.
So much is being written and said. All of the newscasts have it at the top of the list. And they are heroes. And we want to keep it that way.
Now remember, again, I get it's a peace conference. He has to be nice, but remember, we're talking about Paul Kagame here, who, by all accounts, like he's saying, they're great people. They're great. Paul Kagame, yeah, he was kind of heroic in stopping the genocide, but he's also an authoritarian leader, and has been killing all these civilians in the Eastern Congo. Okay, all right.
Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities.
Oh, there it is. There it is. You hear that? So we're doing the peace deal, and we're also signing our own bilateral agreement. Unlocking what? Unlocking what?
For the United States to access critical minerals and provide
There it is.
economic benefits
There it
for
is.
everybody. And we'll be involved. We're sending
Outer
some
signal,
of our
hello.
biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries, and we're going to take out some of the rare earth and take out some of the assets. And
He's saying it, guys. He's saying it outright. Don't. Oh, by the way, we get some of those rare earths too from this deal. Love it. Love it. Okay, you all called it. Outer signal, we started the pre-stream started before, okay? But like we only just started the real stream, okay? Absolutely. Mithra and a lot of like the gorillas and stuff are majorly being killed by this. Like it's really bad for the environment as well.
pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money. These are just two of the many new
Is
agreements
it?
related to mineral supplies that my
Agreed in your
administration has
group.
achieved this year.
And that, by the way, that's in your group. That's one of the reasons why they've been kept, like the imperial powers have sort of prevented them establishing a strong government. They're worried that the government of the Congo will nationalize the minerals. So you got to keep that government corrupt and keep it all, unstable, so they can't control their own resources, which gives us an ability to come in, and do this.
Including with
Yeah.
Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, South Korea, and many other countries. With all of these agreements, we're forging new economic security partnerships that protect the interests of America and our friends and partners, and a core feature of my administration's national security strategy, a big part of which is the tariffs. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and it's given us really great national security. We'll be paying down debt. We'll be making distributions
100% outer
to
signal.
people, and we're really doing a job. It's amazing. I was with a gentleman.
I know, Victoria, he's almost said that with Venezuela too. He's almost been like, "Oh, we also get the oil, right? Oh, we also get the oil. By the way, we're also getting all the oil, right?" I mean, he would do that. Oh, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Uh-huh.
The future king of Saudi Arabia, and you've heard me say this a couple of times.
Oh God.
But 2 months ago when I was over there, he said, and actually Qatar is represented today, and you.
Here we go. Now he's sucking. Okay, I shouldn't use that word. He is engaging in fellatio. No, I shouldn't use that word either. He's engaging in a no. How do I phrase this? He is now pleasuring the people who have bribed him, including Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Thank you. That's a better way to phrase it in your groove. He's kissing the ring, if you know what I mean. Okay. Got to, shout out Saudi Arabia, the brown ring exactly. Got to shout out the Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the people who've been bribing the hell out of him, right? Yes, he's a bit of fluffing. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. This isn't After Dark. I can't say what I want to say, but you get it.
UAE is represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing, that 1 year ago they thought our country was dead, and now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion. That's just in 10 months. Pledged
Oh my God.
or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion.
Also, I'm sorry, just think about that. Qatar and the United Arab Emirates are there. Like I'm sorry. Okay, that's hilarious to me.
Years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than
that.
that.
It'd be funny if it weren't so
no other
horrific.
Country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision. And
yep, absolutely, Meowzord, Herder. Why are white people the most civilized and advanced societies? Because they keep destroying all the other ones? Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
For your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible.
Absolutely, outer signal, right? And I was saying outer signal. I doubt there's still gonna be conflict and stuff there because the rare earths are just too valuable, and there's so many parties that want them.
To begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two very
yeah, he does. He lies so openly, Hiyori.
I'd like to now invite President Kagame to
Okay, well, he pronounced it right the first time. He can't get it right the second time. Kagame. Jesus Christ. All
come
right,
up and say a few words.
Kagumi.
Rwanda. And then, if I may, President of DRC, who really is doing a great job. These are two men that are doing a great job. And again, they are so respected because of what they're doing today and the mission that they've really, I think, accomplished. And we'll see how it all works out, but I think it's going to work out really great. They want to get on to
Oh, absolutely.
other
Yeah, China is being much less aggressive. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
ways of living for their people.
All right. Okay, you know what? Good. We're done with it. Um, well, oh, I guess they just got to the end of it. But we don't need to watch the rest. Okay, so well, perfect timing actually. All right. So there we go. That's what's happening there. Gotta love that, guys. Gotta love that shit. That's some fun shit. Okay. Um, yeah, absolutely, Meowsort. So like, all right. Yeah, I know there's a big Nazi image on my screen. That's because that's what we're going to be talking about. Don't judge me for it, okay? All right. So thank you. Okay, so there we go. There's Trump talking about this so quote unquote deal that'll be allowing us to gain, more resources and shit. I guess will allow us to exploit more of their resources. By the way, not for our gain, for for like people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all those high up people who can use their rare earths to profit and things like that. Okay. So another oligarchic bourgeois kind of thing. Okay. So, oh yeah, for the elites, absolutely, Dolly Boy. All right. Well, we all get that, right? Like, do I need to go much more into that? Africa, as always, being exploited by the rest of us. Okay. Um, absolutely, a weird amorphous blob. Like, it really does. It really does. Like, even in the Ukraine, there was that part of the deal where they were going to be exploiting some of Ukraine's minerals. Um, okay, what's your question, SoCal? Please ask it. Ask your question, SoCal. I give you permission. All right. So, folks, what are we going to do now? I'm going to do a brief presentation here. Maybe not brief. We'll see how long it takes on fascist art. Fascist art. Right. Gotta love fascist art. Gotta love it. You don't gotta love it. Okay. And there is a lot to talk about when it comes to fascist art. I know this is quite the transition. I know I'm just going right into fascist art, but hey, I don't really know what else to say about that crap. You all see what's happening, right? Like he was saying it out in the open. Okay. um, so God help the people of Central Africa and Africa in general, because God knows, folks, we've done enough to them. Okay, we really have. Um, okay, so uh, all right. Was Trump's name on this building? He was randomly. I probably SoCal. I don't know. Probably. So guys, let's talk for a little bit about fascist art. Now, this is you're going to notice fascist art from. We're talking fascist art from like the early 19th 20th century. Okay. And there is no way, for those who are here on the pre-stream, there was no way I can talk about all of it, okay? Because there's a lot of it. Uh, yeah, it's really depressing, Dolly Boy. And then it's also depressing how dehumanized Africans are in the national media. Like Africa is rarely discussed. Like I think I told you all, there was the Second Congolese War, which more people died in the Second Congolese War than, or it's the bloodiest conflict since World War II, and almost no one knows about it. And when it was happening, barely anyone ever talked about it. Like it's just really depressing. But of course, as soon as the war in Ukraine breaks out, then everyone's up in arms. Okay, and that includes me. Look, I got the Ukrainian flag back there. Okay, but like you see how there's sort of a bias there. Okay. Uh, anyway, so moving on. So fascist art. Um, oh yes, and Outer Signal. As a matter of fact, folks, Outer Signal makes a good point. I think I mentioned this earlier. Outer Signal says Belgian colonization of the Congo is one of the worst crimes in history, and it's hardly talked about. Yes, and I'm actually going to do a whole. I'm going to do a whole presentation on King Leopold and the free Congo. That's a dystopian name. That's what he called it, the free Congo. Okay, but we're going to talk. I know. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. It's insane. It's insane, Yaha. Okay. And we're going to do a presentation on the Congo. I was in Belgium. I was in Brussels, and I got stuck in a. Thank you, Outer Signal. I've kind of told people before I'm going to talk about Leopold, one of the worst crimes in human history, literally what King Leopold did in the Congo, killed about as many, if not more, than Hitler did, but no one ever talks about it. Anyway, I got when I was in Brussels, Belgium, there was this big roundabout. No, they haven't, Hiyori, not at all. As a matter of fact, Hiyori, there's still statues to King Leopold up in Belgium, which is why which is what I was about to talk about. I got stuck in a roundabout in Brussels, and I was going around this roundabout, and I was lost because Brussels is a very complicated city. There's not very good marking on the streets, so I didn't know where I was. And I got stuck in this roundabout trying to figure out where to go. And I looked over, and in the middle of the roundabout was this giant goddamn statue to King Leopold. And I had just about lost my mind getting stuck in this roundabout, having to go around King Leopold over and over and over and over again. At like the end of it, I really just wanted to like get a rope and pull down the statue because I just couldn't stand to see the man's face. Like it's insane that they even have a statue to him up still. But anyway, we'll talk about the Belgian Congo at some point. Absolutely horrific. Also, by the way, you can largely blame the Belgians and the Germans for what happened in Rwanda. They're the ones that made the divide between the Hutus and the Tutsis. We could go on for we could talk about this for days. Days, 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 days. Um, okay, yeah, and they definitely haven't paid for what they did, Hiyori. Okay, so let's talk about fascist art. And while we're talking about it, we're talking about fascist art from the early 20th century. So, modern day fascist art, or neo-fascist art, I guess you could say. We could well do it, Victoria. I know a weird amount about the Central Africa. I am not an African historian, but I do know a lot about the Central Africa and Rwanda and things like that. So I'll definitely talk about the Belgian Congo. Okay. Okay, fascist art. But it's very, as Outer Signal knows, it's very dark. So I'm trying to space it out. Like I did the presentation on the Rwandan genocide and Sudan. I try to space these things out because it's super dark. But we'll definitely do it soon. Okay, maybe I'll do it on Christmas, right? Just kidding. All right. So let's talk about fascist art. Try to make comparisons to see how this sort of lines up with a fascist ideology, even today. Okay. And obviously, it's not the exact same kind of art that we see today. As a matter of fact, I would argue that modern day fascist art is rather, how do I phrase this? Dumbed down compared to the fascist art of back then. That's not a good way of putting it. You'll see what I mean. Okay. So let's take a look at this. Okay. So the first movement we're going to look at here is Novecento Italiano. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Just memes. Yeah, just me. It's just memes now. And this sounds gross. I hope when I say this, you all know I'm not a fan of fascism. The art, a lot of the art from old fascism is actually not bad art. What I mean is, it's like it actually has an artistic value, even if it's like fascist. You see what I mean? But like modern day, except for the Nazis, I don't think their art has much value at all. But modern day fascist art isn't really art. It's just kind of like slop. Okay, anyway, that's not to compliment this art. You'll see what I mean. Okay, so the first movement we're going to talk about is Novecento Italiano from 1922. It was explicit. It was a movement explicitly tied to the fascist movement in Italy. It was a bunch of artists who got together in support of the Italian Fascist Party under Benito Mussolini in an attempt to make art that illustrated. Um, yeah, it does look cool, I would say, but like it's not. I'm not a fan of. I just think it's kind of boring, Yaha. But I think the Italian, we'll see. Okay, this art style was meant to mimic the art from the Italian Renaissance, kind of. You'll see it doesn't really. Um, but it blended also modern art into it. So it was more than just like copying the past. Okay, so let's take a look at some of this. And again, Novecento Italiano was explicitly tied to uh, not fascism. By the way, Novecento I believe it means like the new tens. So like the 19 basically like the new century Italian art. Okay, so here we go. Here's an example. This is called The Painter's Family. 1920. Oh, I forgot to put up the artist. Okay, from 1926. Now, this is what I mean. Like this, you could at least argue that this is not boring art, right? I'm not. Again, I'm not. I'm not a fascist here, folks. I'm just saying the painter's family. Now, what do we see in this that sort of mimics a fascist ideology? Well, called the painter's family. So obviously a focus on the family. All right, the idea of the family. The clearly we have a female figure that is smaller than the male figure. You can see a breast on the female figure, right? Smaller. The male figure is kind of hovering over her. And like it's also that this female figure has a child, and they're both kind of looking down at the child, and the faces. Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. The faces creep me out. You notice you're going to see a trend here in fashion art. Look how there's no faces on these figures, right? It is dehumanizing, is it not? Faceless, dehumanized figures. And as we're watching, as we're looking at this art, you're going to see that trend. You're going to see faces, but even the people who do have faces, well, you'll see. Okay. And growing out of the bodies of these two figures is like images of like a city, like industrialization. Okay. They kind of are posing dolls, right? Weird amorphous blob. Okay. Um, uh, growing out of them are like images of a city. So like they embody the state. They embody the progress. Okay. These two humans that are sort of the future of creating a new Italy. And you can see here that the baby even has like little pieces of city coming out of it. So, okay, it's creepy as F, right? And you can see here that they also are wearing togas, kind of. So, like, they're kind of mimicking Rome, but very dehumanized. But at least it's like creative, I guess, right? I'm not saying I like it, but yeah, this isn't like a meme, right? But anyway, you can see how there's sort of a mix here of modernism and classical. There's definitely gender stereotypes going on, dehumanization, and this sort of focus on like building a greater future. Okay, you see what I mean? All right. Um, okay. So, but very much sort of dehumanized. Now let's go to the next one here. This one is a sculpture called Torso of a Young Man. This is from Arturo Martini, 1928. Now, these ones gross me out. I got to tell you, you're going to see a lot of homoeroticism. Okay. Right, Victoria. Okay. And again, folks, I'm not I keep sounding gross. Um, it is a bit derivative. It is derivative, Yaha. Like a lot of it is like copying a lot of classical art. Like this is Torso of a Young Man. And you're going to see a lot of weird sort of homoerotic stuff. Uh, um, it is like this. It is like Is this like commissioned fashion art? So it's both, Meowser. So, like, this art wasn't commissioned by the Fascist Party. It was directly linked to the Fascist Party, but they didn't commission it. It was artists who were already fascist who created this art, and it's kind of both. But mainly it's like a subconscious thing, okay? You're definitely gonna see in the next kind of art we look at the subconscious stuff. You can see here this is just a torso of a guy, as it said, a young man. And, there's a weird homoerotic element to this. They were not gay, I wanna point that out, but fascists have an obsession with the male form. They really do. Like, the male body, and, like, it's also so, um, pornography, right? That's a weird way to say that. There's something pornographic about a lot of fascist art. What do I mean by that? I'm not saying that there's, like, sex. Uh, there's this sort of objectification of bodies. Like, again, no face on this figure, right? No face. Uh, no face. Um, 'kay. There you go, Yaha, okay? Yaha, very funny. No face, right? Like, uh, and I wanna point out, a lot of classical sculptures are, don't have heads, not because there weren't heads, but because those heads were lost with time, right? This one purposely didn't have a head. So the whole point of this is just to look at a person's torso. Like there was never a head put on this person. That's dehumanizing. So the whole point here is like, look at the beauty in this person's torso. Okay, it's unsettling. And it's weird how it's like a focus on a body, especially like a young body. You see what I mean? Okay. Um, and remember the fascist sort of obsession with masculinity. Okay. Like and this is a classic example of that. You're not going to see as okay. And also, yeah. So there you go. Okay. A lot of fascist art. You're also going to see that with the Nazi art is sort of a weird obsession with the male form. And there's a female form, but it's not like this. Okay. So let's go on here. Here's another one. Let's talk about women. Yeah, you're right, Meowzord, okay? And I wanna point out uh, okay, there you go, okay, that's so funny. Okay, so there we go. I know this is kinda, like, weird, folks, like, I know it's not everyone is into art, but let's try to but again, for the sake of interpreting, here we have also an image of sort of fascist art. As I said, when it comes to it, just to show you that they're not gay, right? I mean that. Like, you can see that they're not gay because of images like this. You're gonna see what I mean. This is 1922 Mashere, which I can't remember what that means. Forgive me, I can't remember what it means in Italian, but this is a fascist art. Now, these are women. These are women. Look at this. Okay. No, only one of these women is actually looking at at the person who is thank you, Toy Toy. It means mask. Okay. Only actually two of these women are actually looking at the painter, the one in the back. The woman that's looking at the painter, her face is hidden though, so you can't see her face. The other one that's looking at the painter, his head is down like this, and their eyes are looking up. And they're not directly looking at the painter. Typically in fascist art, okay, women are not looking at the painter. And if they are, it is in a subservient way. Their eyes are looking up, kind of like they're in a subservient position, kind of looking up. They look kind of embarrassed, right? Like they're all these women are kind of concealing their bodies. It's very how do I put this? Exhibitionist or what's the yeah, that's fit, yeah. What's the word here? What's the word here? Not exhibitionist, but very voyeurist. Like you're seeing these women when you're not supposed to, right? Okay. And that's the weird thing. Women in a lot of fascist art, thank you, are oftentimes presented as either mothers, like you saw in that one, um, or they're presented as being sort of like being voyeurized, or like like being watched from the outside and like having to conceal themselves. Yes, you're right, Mithril, but notice the Perot, but you'll notice that she's the one that has a mask on, right? The one that kind of looks like she might be defiant has a mask on to hide it, right? Isn't that interesting? Uh yeah, okay. And so and obviously this woman right here being portrayed as having a flowers like she's getting married. So women are like either are either getting married, they're in this sort of voyeurist, kind of like subservient way. If they are looking at the camera, their face better be covered. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah, it could be a boy, right? It could be a boy. And there was women were often, by the way, at this time, being a bigger woman was considered more beautiful than it is today. So these women would have been considered beautiful. I'm not saying that they aren't, but modern day, we're like, they're not skinny. What's wrong? Okay, so this would have been considered beautiful and stuff like. All right, I know a lot of people want to think that, but regardless, okay. So anyway, so there you go. Here's another one. As I was saying, just to point out what I'm saying here, this one is called, do you know what this one is, Toy Toy? What does this mean in Italian? Livia. Okay, this is from Mario Cerrone. So almost all these are male artists. 1924. And again, a woman. Again, not looking at the painter. Not looking at the painter. And behind her, it highlighted in light is a classical statue of a woman displaying her breasts, showing her form, also looking down and not looking at the painter to sort of compare the two. The modern Italian woman subserviently sitting here, uh, while the it painted in black kind of fits in with the environment, isn't really standing out too much. Exactly, aha. Her body language is closed off. She's almost part of the environment. She's covered in shadows. But then this pornographic sort of statue in the background. Correct, JDH. These are done by actual fascist artists. Okay. Uh are the pupil. There you go. Ooh, that's creepy. Why is it called the pupil? I need to remind myself. This woman in the back. Okay, you see what I mean? Uh, yeah, you're right. For a lot of it's very derivative. Like none of this art is sort of new. They take other forms of art and then kind of put it towards their own ends. Now, that first one was like new, but there was a bunch of art like that came before, and then they just kind of melded it to their own. All right. So this is another example of fashion art. Again, the woman sort of fitting in with the darkness. Um, yeah, exactly. So Italian fascist art does have a mix of like modernism and industrialism going on. Also, a lot of very uh like uh like shapes, very blocky shapes and things like that. And then there's humans, which add a little bit of difference, but even them, they're kind of blatant. Yeah, it's almost like a mask, right? Also, again, as we said before, even though she has a face, very little emotion. Very little emotion, right? You're not supposed to have emotion. You're just there to be viewed, right? And she even looks a little nervous, in my opinion. And it's again kind of like voyeuristic. Okay, let's go to the next one here. As I was saying about homoeroticism, um, okay, uh, there you go. That's fascinating, Yalzord. The interior questioning of the 20th century, while also being a reflection of art and the monumentality of the female figure, inspired by the models of the Quattro. Yep, which is what it's named after. Yeah, the presence of other references to the classical world. Yep, the return to order. Exactly. Yep, Yalzord. Okay, like viewing a woman as basically an object for the state, something that we need to reform the woman as like a classical figure. Okay, very good. Okay. Yeah, Hiyori. So as I was talking about like homo eroticism, all right. Remember how we noticed that women are frequently they're not even looking at they're not even looking forward, right? So what one second. First, let me go back to the last one here. Okay. Here we have Matt Meowsner made a good point here. Like, remember that Italian fascists were trying to return to like a classical, they wanted to reform the Roman Empire, etc. So almost like trying to rebuild the Italian woman as a classical figure, a return to that sort of order. Uh and of course the sort of pornographic element to it. All right. So a man. This is called Self Portrait by Achille Funi. Okay. And look at this body. Okay. Look at the body. You can how interesting, Malzor. Look at this body. Like obviously you can practically see through his shirt. Right? Like come on, you can see the muscles and crap. He is looking directly though. You can this is why I'm saying even though it's homoerotic, you can tell these people are sort of straight, right? Oh, I know, right, JDH? Like, he's looking directly at the painter. So they're either straight or they really wanna be dominated by a man. Okay, I know this is gross. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean. Like, uh, yeah, I know, Dolly Boy. Yeah, I would say he's attractive, right? I'm obviously not a fascist here. Yeah, and you can like, very kind of plump body. Looking directly at the camera, this is like, uh yeah, homoeroticism, is maximizing the homoeroticism, but also like admiring the male form. Um, yeah, right. Outer Citadel. Like think about Andrew Tate. Like those guys do some weirdly homoerotic shit, right? Am I wrong? Look at the bottom left here. This artist's name is Achille, but yeah, okay. But like if you look down, like has this, I don't know, this pot down here. What is it called? A jug. Okay. that has his name on it, but it could also be you can't see the end of it, so it could be Achilles, like the hero from Roman and Greek myth. So it's almost like our Italian men are like the hero Achilles. Okay, bringing it back to the classical idea, like, am I Achilles? Am I Achilles? Look at this. I'm homoerotic. I have a muscular form. Okay, men are dominant. They don't have to divert their eyes. They're looking directly at the painter. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, JDH, kind of copying that classical mode. All right. Um, this is so again, you can see the difference here between the man and the woman. Do you see that difference? And that vase is very Greek, right? So interesting difference there. Uh, okay, let's go on now. This is from this type of art we're about to see is also from Italy. It's called Futurism. Now, this was not inherently fascist, but this I wanted to show you this. This is actually from before the art we just looked at. Um, Futurism was from the 1910s, and it was not explicitly fascist. It was not necessarily done by fascists, but the fascists really took a liking to it, and it kind of was, it had a lot of fascist qualities to it. And I would say this is, as Mauser was saying, this is futurism is sort of an example of like subconscious sort of fascist ideas. Okay, you'll see what I mean. So let's take a look at futurism. This one is called The Dynamic Hieroglyphic of the Bow to Baron, okay? Gino Severini, 1912. Now, this one is sort of early futurism, and it's kind of hard to see what's going on here. Futurism is all about action, movement, dynamism. The idea like the future is moving fast. You can see there's a lot going on in this. You see a bunch of people dancing. You see someone riding a horse. You see a woman. God knows why. Going back to the pornographic thing, there's a woman you can barely see here. Whoops. Uh, okay, there's a woman here you can barely see here, but she's riding a pair of scissors. Yeah, Victoria. In the background, there is a Ukrainian flag, Japanese flag, Brazilian flag. There's a bunch of flags back here, an American flag, because it's so. Yeah, this one is hard to see. I know, but you can see there's a lot of action going on, a lot of movement. Futurism was all about sort of capturing the dynamism of the modern day, of industrial progress, of the speed of automobiles and airplanes, um, like things like that. Yeah, it's like a ballroom, right? Um, and like loving it, loving the city and the movement and the action. Okay. Remember what we said about how one of the core aspects of fascism is action for action's sake, the sort of the obsession with like technology as power. Um, okay, so this is not inherently fascist, but this is a very early version of this, and you're going to see this one maybe is not so directly fascist, but um, you're going to see that the next ones are okay, or become more. So this is a very early version. Let's take a look at this one. Here we go. This is a kind of a bit later of a sculpture, futurist sculpture. And I actually like futurism. Like I like some of it. But again, it's not explicitly fascist stuff, but you can kind of see it heading that way. I like this sculpture, for example. This is called "Unique Forms of Continuity in Space" by Umberto Boccioni, 1913. It's a person, but they're very blocky. Lots of movement, right? Lots of action. They're not standing still. You can tell that. It's trying to capture movement and action in a single image. Yeah, there you go. It's like capturing movement through a bunch of shards of glass. Like a bunch of moments of perception. I know I sound so like what? I sound very like an art curator or something. I apologize. I hope I'm not boring anyone here. Like this obsession with action and movement, and stuff like that. Okay. But also very geometric and also kind of dehumanizing. You're not really seeing yes, mania, I do. You're not really seeing much humanity, right? You're only getting glimpses of humans. They're part of a stream of consciousness. They're not really individuals, right? Um, uh, okay. Yeah, yes, yeah, Mania. I do know. Yeah, yeah. These are this one is pre-World War One. Isn't that interesting? And this is why they weren't directly fascist, right? Like it was sort of a okay. Let's go on here. This one, this is from 1922, so this is after World War One. There was still a futurist movement going on. This is called speeding train, which is funny given that it's a motorcycle. A lot of futurism will become obsessed with technology, like this image of like this almost looks more modern, doesn't it? Like this image of a Italian motorcyclist, the speed, the action, that you see like movement. They love movement and like action and all of these sort of blocky shapes in the background. Again, you don't really see the human. The human is just part of this flowing change. Okay. Uh, yeah, right, Meowsword, right, okay. The movement is just part of this sort of flowing change. I mean, the humans are, okay? Yeah, it almost looks like Akira, right? Outer Signal, okay. Yep, Agip is still a brand, and a lot of times, folks, in a weird, not weird, turn of events, there are lots of ads inside of these because it's deeply mixed with capitalism and the idea of like a capitalist innovation and whatever else they thought about. Okay, so there you go. Okay. Now, again, not outright fascist, but kind of getting there. Yeah. Okay. And this is what it turned into. This is from 1930. And futurism ended up taking on new forms that were more explicitly fascist. So here we have a kind of fascism or a kind of futurism that was um, very much, oh, is that true? Oh, yeah, I knew that, Victoria. Okay. Very much about aircraft. Okay, so this was a kind of futurism. I can't remember what it's called, where it's taken from like a bird's eye perspective. So it's like you're in a plane, and you can see here obviously an image of Mussolini's head, um, uh, superimposed over a city, all being viewed from a bird's eyes perspective. Okay. Like the city is embodying Mussolini and you're viewing it from a plane. So again, action, 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 movement, technology, uh, but also dehumanization. The only human in this image is Mussolini, right? Like in all those other images, the humans, you couldn't really see their faces, but you can definitely see his face. Everything else is action and you don't really see the human, right? Okay. Yeah, exactly. It'd be a cool as a painting if there wasn't goddamn Mussolini. See what I mean? All right. Um, there you go. Why do you think Hiyori? That's a good question. Why do you think he kind of looks like a stone? That's not even a joke, Hiyori. What do you think that is a common idea? Okay, like why do you think he kind of looks like a stone here? Like almost like a part of the environment. And you'll notice there are mountains in the background. There is the Colosseum down there. Yeah, stoic, strong. He looks like a monument. He's immortal. He's part of the environment. Okay. He is an embodiment of the landscape, of the history. Absolutely. There you go. Rigid, stable, everlasting. Absolutely. Okay. There you go, Mania, to project strength and purity, strength and agile. Okay. Absolutely. And you're going to see a lot of that in fascist art, kind of like we saw before with these imagery that looked like statues. Okay. Now let's go on to some Nazi art. Okay. And so that was some Italian fascist art. I didn't do any Italian fascist architecture for the sake of time, but we could talk about that too. But let's go to some Nazi art. And like I said, you could make the argument that there's some Italian fascist art that is at least art, I guess, right? At least it could be. I guess you could like it for artistic reasons, even though whatever. But Nazi art, I don't like it. I just don't think. I mean, I just don't think it's. I just it's boring to me. Okay, it's boring or like cheesy or stupid. But anyway, that's my opinion. Exactly, Yaha. So let's look at some Nazi art. First one. This is called, the Standard Bearer. You've probably seen it. Hey, Matt's not gonna be quiet, okay. All right. The Standard Bearer or the Bannertrager, The Standard Bearer by Hubert Lanzinger, 1934 to 1936. Okay, yeah, we see what it is, right? Like, again, I am not it just bores me. It's like, oh wow, it's Hitler wearing a knight's outfit. Yeah, if you didn't know any better, you'd think it was AI generated. It's kind of slop. Oh, how shocking! He has a swastika flag. Utterly, um, utterly shocking. Utterly shocking. Presentation by Nazis. Right? Who would have thought? He's being idealized as a sort of knight of the from the past. He's riding on a horse. Okay. Wow. It's almost like they're glorifying the past and like, yeah, he's a knight. Wow. Like again, boring to me. So goddamn boring. I could argue that Nazi architecture at least kind of looked kind of cool, I guess. Like, I'm not pro-Nazi, folks. I'm just saying it's just boring to me. Yeah, it's like, okay. Um, as if Hitler, who was this like cowardly little middle class guy, would ever want to ride a horse to be, or would ever want to wear knight's armor and ride on a horse into battle, right? Okay, hilarious. Anyway, but very reflective of the whole fascist idea of returning to a mythical past, kind of like we saw with the Italian fascists, like kind of like let's return to a mythical past. Let's remember that let's make Germany and Italy great again. Let's return it to some mythical past, the era of the Teutonic Knights, the era of Rome. Okay, boring shit, super boring. Kind of reminds me of Warhammer 40K for those who know it. It looks like the Emperor, the God Emperor, all that cheesy nonsense. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I don't know Meowzord, right? I think he totally would Meowzord. Okay. Anyway, I know what you mean. All right. So, oh, right, totally. I mean, like a steel toy for perverts. Absolutely. I love that mania. Okay. So, all right. There's some boring Nazi art. Let's go to the next one. This is some Nazi propaganda. You know, oh, I forgot to change the name on this one. I can't remember what this one's called. Okay. So this one, uh, okay, this one basically says this is a piece of propaganda, but this was painted by a Nazi. Okay. The New People, 1938. And it says calendar for racial politics. Um, okay, basically for the National Social Party, whatever. Remember what I said about how women are betrayed in fascist art? Again, this is very similar to the Italian fascist stuff. There's a man who's larger than the woman. He is kind of homoerotically displayed. In this case, you don't see his whole body. You do see one of his pectorals. You do. I know. Forgive me. I know I sound super gay, but I'm not doing this because I'm gay. It's literally the art aspect. Okay. The woman is portrayed as a mother, of course. She is not looking at the camera, or she's not looking at the artist. Now he isn't either. But he does. Okay. Exactly, Malzord. Exactly. The monthly. You're right. The Office of the racial purity, okay, for sure. Um, and so you see here, like it's not going by the proportions of the adults. The baby is weeks old. Yeah, you can see the baby here. Weirdly enough, too, it's also to point out that some art, like I think sometimes art analysis goes a bit too deep. She is between his legs. You'll notice, like his legs are splayed open, and she's kind of down there. That's not to say it's sexual. It almost seems like she came from him, like anyway, I don't know if I buy that. I think it's a bit much. So this is like, this sort of weird return to the past sort of ideology, this obsession with, like, the family unit, a baby, Maniac. I have discussed that many times on stream. Like, if you go back, you can find some of my presentations. There's multiple definitions of fascism, multiple definitions. I've talked about almost all of them that people believe in. Okay, here we go. There's also this weird bird in the background, which is probably symbolizes Germany. Okay, kind of boring, right? Kind of boring. Here we have another one. Um, Yeah, oh, you're right, Yaha. Yeah, okay, about that stuff. Okay, so here we have another one, and again, I want to point out, as always, women in these images. I will say I like this one. I mean, I don't like this one. I like it more than how women were portrayed in the Italian ones. But regardless, this is called Working Maiden, 1940. Very boring. Okay, it's just these women who are working apparently. as always, there has to be at least one woman in the fascist art that's looking down. You see this? She's kind of looks down, like looking kind of down, not looking directly. All of them are sort of looks like they're being viewed without knowing they're being viewed from this angle. No one is looking at the painter. Um, well, that's a lie. There is one of them looking at the painter. But as always, you can barely see her. I bet most of you can't even see her. She's back here. I'm kind of circling her with my arrow. Could you see that face back there? She has one eye looking at the camera, like this. It's kind of like this, like that, kind of a sensual kind of thing. Like, oh, hello. That's the one eye, and it's in shadows. Okay, so you can't really see her looking at the painter. Um, and they're all very happy and smiling even though they're working. So, like, we want to see women who are happy working, and we kind of like it that there's sort of a voyeurist sort of thing going on here. Um, okay, all right. Oh, I know, Dolly Boy. Yeah, they love Frederick the Great. They really did. Okay, Meowsert fair. All right. Okay. So more kind of fascist art here. Also, this obsession with like a feudal peasantry type stuff. Um, they love the idea of like blood and soil. That German farmers are like the epitome of the race. Okay, remember? I think I told you that about Hitler's ideology. He was obsessed with farmers and shit. Okay. Um, okay. Mazur, are you sure about that? I don't think they did. Let me double check here because working women. Let me double check. Okay. Um, that's possible, Mazur. I could be mixing this up. No, so Meowzord, this is oh, I'm sorry. Let me click this here. No, so no. Oh, Meowzord, so fair. So this actually says here that this was the Working Maidens was displayed at the 1940 Great German Art Exhibition, which was an exhibition of art that Nazis viewed as acceptable, if that makes sense. But that's a good point here. Like this was not so this was not viewed as unless does it actually say that it was? Um Yeah. So this is not so this is with the not this was not displayed at the Degenerate Art Museum. This was displayed at the like uh you know, the good art museum, what they viewed, if that makes sense. But that's a good point, Meowser. And by the way, folks, the Nazis did create a museum. No, but I'm glad you fact checked, Meowser. You should always question, obviously, what I say. But they did, by the way, the Nazis did have a degenerate art museum. They created a museum for what they called degenerate art. Anyway, they're dumb. Okay. Uh, okay. All right. So third paragraph down. Mhm. Yeah. So again, yeah. So this is yeah, but that's a fair point though, Mauser. Like, this was not one of the degenerate art pieces, but yeah, I got you, Mauser. That's okay. But good to thank you for double checking though. I can make mistakes, of course. Okay. All right. So guys, so again, this is some art that was um uh so again, you see what I mean here. All right. So let's go on to the next one. Again, the women, etc. It's weird that it's weird that they put this one in the middle of that article, even though that makes me doubt it. Because it doesn't really match what the article's about, regardless. Okay, here we go. More homoeroticism. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I'm getting all hot and bothered. Just kidding. Here we go. This one's called comradeship. Yeah, Meowsor. This one's called comradeship, right? Comradeship. Um, Joseph Thorak, 1937. Joseph. Uh, um, I guess, it's kinda like yeah, right, Dolly boy, I was gonna say there's a joke in the gay community, it's like, "Yeah, they're roommates, okay, yeah, they're roommates, yeah, these 2 just c" there you go, Dolly boy, you got it. "These are just roommates and comrades, I'm sure, okay?" But, like, look at this crap, okay? Like, look at this crap, okay? And now, I think this piece of art was actually destroyed, during the war, but 2 men, they're so muscly, it's insane, such muscularity, like, and holding hands, one's holding other hand, they're looking to the future, very much like homoerotic. Come on, I mean, compared to the women we saw, very homoerotic, and again, they're not really looking at the viewer either, they are looking past you. If you were they're too tall to look into their faces, but it's like they're looking over you, they're not acknowledging you. They're looking towards the future, right? Towards a greater German Reich, okay? Like, it's very yeah, so very futuristic kinda crap, and they're just comrades, folks, don't worry, they're just comrades. Um, thank you, Dolly boy, we'll put on the collar now, okay? So again, weird homoeroticism with the uh okay, yeah, Mania. Now, Mania, that's technically not like so the Nazis used the phrase comrade, they kameraden is the word they would use. They kind of stole it from the socialists, but that's the word they used. Kameraden. So yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and there's some weird things to that. We could talk about that more. Okay. So about the homosexuality and crap, okay? But anyway, like very homoerotic. Um, all right. So we'll go on. I don't know what else to say about this. Obviously, praising the male form. Funny enough, though, they all also reflective. Yeah, they totally stole it from the socialists. Yeah, exactly, KK Comrade, right? It's actually depressing, Mania, how they tried to steal a lot from the socialists, which is why they called themselves the socialists, which is always a sore thing for me because everyone's like, "Well, they were socialists, they were called socialists." I'm like, right, right, they were socialists, that's funny." Okay, so, yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, thank you, Yaha, exactly. So in classical art and like classical statues and shit, you see here that they often have. God, I'm sorry. I feel weird talking about this on live stream. They have small genitalia. Okay, it was considered uh the it's my yeah, exactly mania. Yeah, first they came for exactly. It's insane to me. Uh, right, Dolly boy. So they had very small genitalia in ancient Rome. That it was considered more attractive to have smaller genitalia. It was actually considered laughable to have genitalia that was larger. And it's gross because this goes back to the ancient Greeks. I feel gross saying this on stream. I'll say it anyway. Childlike features were oftentimes considered more attractive, ergo smaller genitalia. Okay. I know that's gross, but it is also kind of reflective of the weird sort of there's a lot of fascists who like kids. Let's just put it that way. Um, okay. Uh, okay. You see what I mean? Like, I know that's gross. I hate even saying that, but there is like a weird sort of obsession. Remember that image we saw of like the young man, like young man, like torso of a young man. Like it's weird. They have a weird kind of like, and I will say, um, they have I'm having a mind blank here. They also have a weird. What was God, my mind? Oh, the Greeks remember uh practiced something called what is it called? Mayflower Kid, how dare you? Uh what is it called? I'm having a mind blank. Pederasty, where there'd be like an older man with a younger man, what we'd consider a child, okay? Right, Mayflower Kid, and they would engage in sexual acts as a way of sort of like an apprenticeship weirdness, and Hitler was obsessed with that shit. He thought the ancient Spartans were cool, and things like that, and he kinda liked that idea. I don't wanna say he liked the pederasty part of it, but there was a lot of that weirdness. And as a matter of fact, when the Nazis had they had a big issue in the Hitler Youth of older camp counselors. Yeah, okay, of older camp counselors engaging in sex acts with their students or their the younger. You see, I'm sorry, I feel so gross talking about this. Okay, they had a big issue with it. I know Mayflower Kid. We're talking about Nazis, Mayflower Kid. Okay, um, they had a lot. Yeah, you're not wrong, JDHK. They had a big issue with that going on, and they kind of covered it up. There was a lot of that sort of stuff happening. I know. I'm grossing out everyone who just entered, but there. So it is not totally surprising. Okay. Anyway, so I don't mean to be gross, but I just had to say it. I know, Mayflower Kid. CR the ultimate psyop. Okay, just saying. And guys, let's be honest. A lot of modern day Nazis seem to be into that sort of thing, guys. Like, right? I mean, I'm not joking. Okay, let's continue. Speaking of homoeroticism and Nazi art, okay, geez, I feel embarrassed as a gay man. Even have I feel like you have to understand, folks. As a gay man, yeah, as a gay man and a teacher, having to talk about things like this, it makes me nervous automatically because you have to understand that historically there has been an association between gay teachers and pedophilia. That is literally like an assumption, uh, like sort of a yeah, what's the term? A stereotype about gay teachers is that they're there because they're pedophile. Like, that's an old-fashioned stereotype. So I get nervous even talking about stuff like this. You see what I mean? Anyway, here you have okay, this is called water sports. Now, um, it might be Mayflower Kid, not even joking. Okay, maybe a little bit. Now, here's the thing. Guys, you gotta tell me. Yeah, the stereotype remains. I mean, guys, yeah, right. We all know. So this obviously for the folks in here who know what water sports means in a different context. Obviously, literally weren't referring to that in this. That word did not mean the same thing in German that it does today. But it is kind of funny that this is called water sports, right? Anyway, um, do I even have to say anything? Water sports. It's a bunch of men. Very almost pornographic. Okay, all right. And the idea here, folks, is like kind of the same thing with comradeship. It's all these men working together. Their bodies almost look like they're oiled. Like there's shit, like there's sun shining on them. Okay. They also all look very similar. Like there's not much difference between them. That's kind of the creepy part. Is like they're all the same. Jesus Christ, the uniformity is weird as hell. Okay. Anyway, so a lot of weird fascist. Right. So okay, I get it. Yeah. The Greece founded type. Yeah. Okay. So weird. Okay. Again, Nazi art really into the weird homoerotic stuff. And again, this isn't fundamentally homosexual, right? Like, there's no homosexual acts going on. But from like a viewer, yeah, yeah, like the sacred band of Nazis, there was a group, folks, in ancient Greece who were actually kind of cool. Like, this is not cool. There were the sacred band of Thebes who were basically all men who were in romantic relationships with each other, and they formed a military unit in ancient Thebes called the Sacred Band of Thebes, and they were one of the most fierce fighting forces in Greece at the time because they almost never surrendered and they loved each other, so they would fight to the death. Anyway, and Hitler liked that kind of shit, but he didn't like the gay part. But, anyway, he liked the idea of having men that were that tight knit together. Again, he did not like the gay part of it, but he wanted all the parts of, like, being gay fighters without being gay. Okay, you see what I mean? Like, he wanted all the side effects of having gay lovers fighting together without the gayness, if that makes sense, okay? Alright, moving on. All right, now let's look at some Nazi architecture. Let's get out of this weirdness that I had to talk to you all about. Guys, it was a weird class when I was in school and I had to take an entire class on this shit and all the gay, like all the erotic crap we had to look at from the Nazis. It was so awkward. Anyway, okay. They took out Rom and made this R. I know, right, Dolly Boy. And as a matter of fact, folks, that's actually true. Let me show you guys an image. Uh, yeah, I know. So let me show you another image here. This is so Ernst Röhm was actually a gay man, and I'll tell you a story about him. And Hitler, Hitler. Okay, this is going to sound awful. Thank you, Matt Saga. This is going to sound awful. Hitler didn't like gay people, but he did not like hate gay people. Okay, I'm not defending Hitler. All right, I'm not. He one of his friends, one of his closest friends was this guy right here, a guy named Ernst Röhm. All right, Ernst Röhm. He was the head of the SA, the Sturmabteilung, the stormtroopers, and he was an openly gay man. Let's put it this way: he wasn't open, but everyone knew he was gay. He would often have sexual relationships with other stormtroopers, and it was well known. Hitler knew it. Hitler didn't care so much. That was not something that bothered him too much. And eventually, as a matter of fact, Hitler eventually had him assassinated because he was a threat to Hitler's power. And actually, Hitler went himself to go yeah, yep, Dolly Boy, went himself to go arrest Ernst Röhm. And when Hitler went into Ernst Röhm's living area, he found Ernst Röhm in bed with another Nazi. You know what Hitler did? He walked out of the room. He's like, "Okay, I'll give you a minute." He left, walked out of the room, ignored the fact he was in bed with a guy, and waited till he came out before he arrested him. So he didn't even do anything about the gayness. He was kind of embarrassed, and he kind of let Ernst Röhm get ready and come out before he arrested him and later executed him, not for being gay, but because he was a threat to Hitler's power. It was after that that the Nazis became extremely homophobic, and I will say, a lot of that was also, like, Himmler who hated gay people, and Hitler ultimately did not like gay people and went after them. It's just a weird and, I'm not defending how Hitler treated gay people. They were put in concentration camps and executed. It's just weird. Hitler was weird when it came to gay people. Anyway, yeah, there needs to be a skit made out of this, and there probably is somewhere of like Hitler walking in on his best friend with another man in the bed. Okay. Anyway, so just a strange thing. I'm not again, not I'm gay. I'm not defending what the Nazis did to the gay people, nor am I saying that they liked gay people. Hitler himself was kind of strange when it came to that. All right. It also shows what he really cared about was his own power. Okay. Um, all right. So let's look at some Nazi architecture. All right. Let's look at some Nazi architecture. Yeah, hey, there you go, Dolly Boy. Okay. All right. Now, Nazi architecture is such bullshit. Okay. So this is what Hitler wanted to do to the Reichstag. He wanted to rename Berlin Germania at the end of the war. And he wanted to rebuild the Reichstag to have the largest dome in the world. It would have been like, I don't know, I can't remember, like 3 to 4 times the size of the largest dome in the world. This is a massive structure. You'll notice it's like classical architecture. It's rather boring. It's classical architecture. Like there's the columns. You have on each side of it, you have two muscular men holding great big balls. Okay, that sounds funny. And you up here on the right and left, you have two guys with chariots. Very boring, very monumental. The whole idea here is that the state is bigger than you are. You are small compared to the state. Germany, you are small compared to Germany. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a big dome. All right. Not that interesting in my opinion. But this is a model. They never got to build it, but they wanted to have the largest dome in the world. And as a matter of fact, it was funny. A lot of his top generals, because this was near the end of the war, complete lack of imagination, were kind of laughing to themselves because they're like, "Well, that dome will make a great target for the Allied bombers who keep bombing Berlin." Okay. Anyway, Going on here. Here is something that they did actually build. This was the entrance to the Reich Chancellery. Like, kind of boring. It's very classical architecture. There's two men, again, very homoerotic men holding swords and a sword and a torch next to the entrance. You have two SS guards over the door. There is a Nazi eagle with a swastika. Again, it makes the individual feel small. There's these kind of comically large doors right here. Of course, Dolly Boy, two naked men. There's kind of comically large doors right here to make you feel small. The Nazi state is big. You are small. You are nothing compared to. You are nothing. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I should have allowed. There we go. You are nothing compared to the state. You are nothing compared to Germany. Probably does, Meowsord. Okay, you are nothing. You are small. All right. And that's sort of the point of this is to make the individual feel small, to show that there's continuity in the German state, to look epic, to make you feel odd. Okay, yeah, you have paranormal. You can. There's a lot of games where you can play in here. The Reichschancellery. Here we have now. This is where I do think was kind of a cool idea. I obviously don't support it, but this is kind of cool. This is kind of clever architecture on their point. This is called the Cathedral of Light. They would have Nazi rallies here. They would have them at night, and all around the outside of the stadium, they would put up massive spotlights, and they would shoot them into the sky, and it would create this giant cathedral of light shooting upward into the heavens. Okay, all of those are light beams being shot up into the heavens. There are these big braziers with fire in them. It's kind of creepy. It's almost like a ritual. And up above here, it's hard to see. There's a giant swastika. Um, okay, yeah. That kind of Hiyori. And no, yes, so they were religious. What I mean by the Hiyori is that they definitely had sort of a supernatural belief. Yeah, and the Allies did that on purpose, by the way, Dolly Boy. They have this sort of supernatural belief that's it's definitely a religious belief, but it's not like Christianity. It was sort of a weird pagan ritualized thing. Okay. You can see here that there's this giant swastika. They uh yeah, exactly, CR. It's like a ritualized thing. They kind of had this weird, I don't even want to use the word pagan. It was like a invented religious sort of thing. Okay. A weird sort of ritual they did. Okay. And they had this cathedral of light, which was, by the way, completely unfunctional. Like, how are you? It's all for show. You can't, like, how are you going to hear the speaker? Like, even if you have audio speakers up, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really, really hard to hear what the speaker is saying. It's all for show. Okay. Guy, hey, I know, right? Mayflower, don't worry, Mayflower. Yeah, very much like a cult Mayflower kid. All right. Okay. Um, all right. Okay. Okay. Uh, let's go on. Here's another image of it. You can see this is from outside of it. It's a giant cathedral of light. All right. It's surrounded by light. You could see it from miles away. A very fascist sort of thing. Okay, here we also have an image of the interior of the Reichstag. It kind of looks futurist to me, like this idea, like this mixing of this eagle, which is an old imperial Roman symbol, but it's kind of modernist in a weird way. Uh, yeah, thank you, Malzard. Yes, please keep that person banned. Please keep that person banned. Apparently, folks, song singer asked to be removed from being banned, claiming that his views on race were acceptable. Anyway, thank you, Malzard. Okay. All right. So again, very epic, I guess you could say. A lot of movement here. A lot of movement here. Kind of a mix of the modern and the old. All right. Okay. I wanted to contrast this though. Modern Germany. Um, there you go, paranormal. It's from Elden Ring, or I'm sorry, Dark Souls, right? Paranormal. Let me show you what the modern. Yeah, he did anyway. Let me show you what the modern German government has done. Okay, I think this is funny. I think it's silly, like in a good way. So they still have the German imperial eagle, but it's almost like funny how what they've made it so it's innocent, like in a good way. This you can. I don't know if you can see it. You see their German eagle in their current Reichstag. It's over here on the left. It is fat. Okay, it's like a cute fat eagle. Okay, and it's adorable. It's like a cute fat eagle, and it is not. It's not like aggressive like the Nazi one at all. And it sort of symbolizes like the old German eagle was very aggressive, right? Like it looked aggressive and angry. This one looks fat and happy. It almost kind of emphasizes how Germany is going to focus on being an economic power, like getting fattened up, like not a imperialist, horrible Nazi power. Okay, I think it's just cute. Like they have this cute new fat eagle back there. That's kind of adorable. Anyway, so they've reversed that. All right, folks. So we're done with that presentation. I hope that wouldn't go on too long. But you can see a lot of sort of elements there of fascism. Yeah, I like the Albanian flag. It's kind of cool too, I suppose. All right. Yeah, that eagle ain't gonna fly anywhere. Okay. All right. So it's a good show of how Germany is different now. Okay, guys, I thank you for letting me talk so much. So, like, what? Just curious. So, what kind of what do you all think? I know I rambled on for a while there. That took a while. What kind of trends do you see in fascist art? What kind of things do they? What kind of things does it emphasize? What kind of things does it emphasize? Just to throw out some words in chat there. Yeah. What? Well, like, what kind do you see? Uh, yeah. There you go, Mayflower. Okay. Uh, what do we think? Like, what do we think? Well, how would you like? What are some words you'd use to describe fascist art generally? It's all good. Mind manipulation. Yeah, mind manipulation is constant. Yeah, absolute constant mind manipulation, right? Um, Lack of individuality, absolutely. Constant, like, showing of individuals as inferior to some idea. Simplicity, right? It's not like these are totally terribly complicated, right? It's not like there's some hidden meaning. It's pretty obvious. They're trying to like make it clear. Okay, all propaganda, right? Politics as art, exactly, Meowzord. Like they love aestheticizing politics, making your feelings reality, etc. Um, 'Kay, right, Michael, okay, global, excuse me. Uh, Straight lines, yeah, straight lines and lots of flow. Industrial, dehumanizing, absolutely, Victoria, and Dolly Boy, very gay. Yes, okay, yeah, obviously, I don't actually think that, but like, there's a lot of homoeroticism. Okay, also a lot of objectification of women, a sort of dehumanization of women, emphasis of women as mothers, as caretakers. I know, got Dolly Boy. Okay, uh, um, things like that. Okay. Um, so how would you compare that? Very flamboyant. Yeah. Okay. How would we compare that to like, yeah, there you go. Glorification of the nation. Absolutely. Uh, okay. That is possible. Yeah. What do you all think? I was going to ask you all, like, when you see modern Nazi shit or like modern alt right shit, and I'm not a fan of this art, but like, at least this art probably took some skill to make. But like modern day Nazi shit is like memes, right? Okay. Oh, absolutely. Yep, you're right, Global. Okay. Uh, um, hey, like it's like memes, right? Yeah, it's like memes and AI slop. It's weird. Like the new kind of fascism is more. I don't want to say it is kind of more subtle, right? Can y'all still hear me? So, oh, hopefully you can still hear me. Can you guys hear me now? You can still hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think you can hear me. I don't know what happened there for a second. It looks like it paused. Um, okay. Okay. Excellent. Good, good. I don't know what happened there, folks. God, I just need a new computer. Okay, so there we go. There you go. There's my presentation on Nazism. Okay, forgive me. Um, yeah, no, and Meowzord, that's actually a really good point. Even though I know I kind of made it funny by talking about the homoeroticism, you have to understand that's a form of objectification. It's sexualizing and dehumanizing everyone. Remember, they wanted the male form to be muscular and strong for the sake of having good warriors, good soldiers, strong men for the sake of the state, right? And there's a weird homoerotic aspect to that. But the main thing here was that men need to be strong to serve the state, to be soldiers. Okay. Um, you see what I mean? It's objectifying men for control. I mean, Meowsler, you phrased that better than I did. Okay, yeah, yeah, like the warrior ethos. Yeah, and the idea of sexualizing boys, there is definitely a power element to that, Meowsler. Like a lot of times, I don't want to say it out loud, is about power, right? Okay, and even the images of women and shit you saw were kind of like about domination, right? Like they're not making eye contact, they look subservient. Okay, you see what I mean? Okay. Anyway, um, I know. Forgive me, Mayflower Kid. All right, you guys. So what should we do now? What time is it? What time do we got? Um, uh, yeah, there you go, Victoria. Okay. The state is watching you exactly. Um, all right. What do you mean global? What are you referring to global? You said many love the life of a German in the 20th century. Which part of the 20th century and who? Which Germans are you talking about? Global. All right. All right. So, okay, guys. Let me find here. Bu- 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 Okay, 3:11. So I know I went on for a bit longer than I thought I would, folks. What do we got here? We got. Let's see what we can react to now. Do we? How many people do we even have watching right now? I don't even know. Mm, 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 mm. I'm going to see what we have to react to in the. By the way, folks, if we get. Thank you for the super chats we've gotten so far. If we get up to 5, we'll do a game. So if we get 2 more, we'll do a game. If we get up to 7, I'll put on the makeup. Okay, I switched it around to protect my face a bit. Okay. Okay, let me see here. I'm sorry, I'm getting my. Okay, let me see what we have to react to on Discord now. Again, I didn't. All right. Um. And by the way, folks, if you were here for the earlier stream, you were here for the earlier stream. You know what? I don't want to talk about it. Speaking of all the homoeroticism, today's been a very homosexual day. Anyway, I was teaching everyone about all the terms that the LGBTQ community uses to describe different people. Anyway, um, what do we got here? Let's watch. You know what? Let's watch this. This is from Meowzord. I like. Let's just watch this brief little clip here. Gonna see what else we got here. Oh dear God, the Mad Sci guys. That's great. Um, oh, that looks interesting. You know what? Let's look at that too. Okay, we'll look at these 2 things. So I'll put my.
You might have heard me talk.
Okay, so let's put this up. This is from Pearl Mania, who I've grown to love. I'm gonna make sure to pause it quite frequently. Uh, oh, how dare you, Doug? How dare you? You know very well. Not a fan of J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, J. Edgar Hoover was a lunatic. Okay, the only good thing about him was that he was a what's the term? He liked to dress in women's clothing. Like that's like the best thing about him. Okay, and there's no good things about J. Edgar Hoover other than that. Anyway, okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, crossdresser. Anyway. He may have been trans too, but we don't know. But regardless, like it doesn't like obviously complete. Anyway, lunatic, J. Edgar Hoover. Okay. Because anyone can be horrible, people. Yeah, SoCal, he was definitely a crossdresser. I'll tell you what, he was definitely a crossdresser, and he was in a relationship with a man. They were deeply in love. We do have lots of evidence of that. Yeah, he was not a pleasant guy, J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, all right, you guys. So here we go. Um, so guys, let's see here. This is Pearl Mania. I'll put my CMake up here. Well, we'll just see what Pearl Mania has to say. Um, and I've grown to like Pearl Mania quite a lot. I mean, I liked him before, but whoops, liked him now too. This will be very quick, and then we'll watch a different video here. Boop a doop boop boo. By the way, folks, for those who are, while I'm doing this, well, people who are over there on Twitch, please subscribe. You can subscribe for free using your Amazon Prime membership, which will send me some of Jeff Bezos's money, which I highly appreciate. And if you're over on YouTube, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. In which case, you can join our pre-stream streams, and you will be able to get cute little jester hat next to your name in the chat. And you can use cute little jester hat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dolly Boy. Thank you very much for for the bits there from Twitch. One more, folks, and we'll play a game. You're looking at McCarthyism, and yeah, okay. Oh my God, thank you, Malzord. Okay, thank you, Malzord. We'll play the game. Let me watch this first, and then we'll play a game. All right. All right. So let's do this.
2000s are back. That's right. The government and Wall Street has heard that y'all out there have felt very panicked about the situation around you. So we want to envelop you in the loving, comforting arms of nostalgia, which is why we've returned you to the 2000s. And we've kicked it off big this week with a CIA asset from Afghanistan starting a false flag attack that is going to send our soldiers into a
I just heard something. What was that? Did someone do something cool? I don't know. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, very fantastic. Okay.
foreign war for oil into a country that has nothing to do with it.
I can't believe we're doing it again. It's just, I was 18 last time. I'm 41 now.
Yay, we got a hype train. Yay.
And we're gonna bring back low-rise flared jeans with terrifying diet culture. Ooh, ladies, feel happy about the way you look? Well, you shouldn't.
It's like it was okay. I think. When was it ever okay?
See, he is my Pearl Mania is like my spirit animal. I kind of wish I was like him. He's like the jester I wish I could be, you know.
And what's that noise I hear? That's right. It's a recession indicator.
But I don't have his energy. Like I'd be like trying to do this for too long, and I'd get tired because like I just can't.
Because we hit all, and I mean all of the economic data for October, and we're not releasing it at all. Instead, we're pointing to DoorDash data and AI receipts. Because that's what our entire economy hinges on. It's gonna be like the Great Recession without any of the excellent prices. I don't want to do this anymore. I want off the cycle. Release me. The eye.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Jonas. Really, thank you very much for that. Oh my God, guys, you're all being so kind. Thank you. I was not expecting such a deluge of so we've made it. Well, we made it to 7 now, which means I will have to put on the makeup. Okay, and then we'll play the game. Let's finish this.
Pod is back.
All right, you guys. Well, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll put on the makeup now. Thank you guys very much. We will let's play a game.
All we had
now,
to do
I
was
guess
talk
since
about it, and Opus Clip does
we've
the
made
rest,
it.
and
Okay,
then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month just for a scheduler.
Oh,
well,
shut up.
right now,
Shut up.
Opus Clip is just $14.50.
All right, you guys.
The Pro plan.
All right, you guys. So let's while I'm doing this, this was so Meow Zord in is Trump failed here, by the way? Is Trump failed here? You hear Trump failed? You hear Trump failed? Meow Zord, I mean, if Trump failed is here, we could watch his video daily. There you are. Okay, so actually, you know what? Let's do it. Yes. But first, what I'm going to do is I keep telling Trump failed I'll watch one of his videos on stream. So while I am, and I keep forgetting to. So Trump failed, let's watch one of Trump failed's videos. While I am putting on this makeup, let's just quickly watch one of Trump failed's videos. And also, because Trump failed is here, I know I'm not going to get a copyright strike. Okay. If you and let me post also Trump failed's. If you like his video, hey,
just to remind all you.
If you like Trump failed's video, you can go to his account, which you can subscribe to him. Here we go. So here's some advertising for Trump failed. I'll put this in here. All right, here we go. Paste. Boop. So there you go. There's Trump failed. If is YouTube, if you're curious. So let's see what Trump failed has to say. This is called the Great Party Switch is not a myth, no matter what PragerU says. Thank God Trump failed because you're right. They do say that a lot. So let's see what Trump failed says. Remember, folks, the current Democratic and Republican parties are not the same Democratic and Republican parties that existed back then. Okay. Okay. Um, okay. Uh, well, Weird Amorphous Blob, though, like, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. It's not like a one-to-one, but they're not in a lot of ways, they are not the same parties, if that makes sense, okay? They did like a switch. They did like a switch. But, like, obviously, that was a time a long time ago, so it's different, and obviously, even today, they're all pro-bourgeois, okay? But, like, historically I got you, Weird Amorphous Blob, okay. I'm sorry, I was being a bit Marxist there. Everyone ready? Okay. Um Oh, I see what you okay, Weird Amorphous Blob, forgive me. Okay, forgive me. You know I'm a bit slow, Weird Amorphous Blob. I got you. Okay. Okay. I've heard some fair critiques, but like anyway, moving on. Uh, yeah, he was totally liberal by today's standards. Okay. So anyway, um, all right. And by the way, Karl Marx was it Karl Marx who actually wrote to Lincoln or vice versa? All right. Anyway, Lincoln not a Marxist. I'm just saying there was yeah, anyway, they had some respect for each other in a weird way. Okay, all right. Moving on.
Hey, just to remind all you blacks that it was the Democrats that started the Confederacy and fought to keep slaves, and it was also the Democrats that started the KKK and were against the
Oops.
Civil Rights Act.
I love when the conservatives bring this up.
Trump failed. Is that your voice? Is that your voice? Yeah, it was after the Civil War. Um, yeah, no, he wasn't maniac-cuck. He was not a big fan of integration. But there's this complicated maniac-cuck. Like, obviously, Lincoln was not like an angel. Okay, he did improve things quite a bit. He did some good things. Whatever. He was not great, but he was still better than a lot of presidents, and he was quite bright. He was a very bright guy. Not as perfect as I would like him to be, but when in the pantheon of American presidents, not that bad, okay, compared to a lot of them. Let's put it that way. Okay.
First off, that's not how politic parties work. Secondly, they were mostly Southern Democrats who were called the Fire Eaters and the Redeemers. There were plenty of Dems who didn't agree to it, mostly Northern, but there was this one guy who was vocal against it. He ended up being our 17th president. Let's also not forget there were Republicans who didn't support black people having the same rights as whites. They never mentioned
That's
the lily
exactly
whites.
what Mania was
What's
saying.
ultimately funny about this is that conservatives want to forget about the next 100 years of slow change, and then the next couple of decades after that. How did Dems become the party of slavery to now the party of DEI? Here's a quick lesson. Let's take a trip through time. It's the 1870s, and Jim Crow laws start coming on the books for mostly southern states. Not much changes for a while, and we can even see this in the early 1920s. But then the Great Depression fucks everything up, and Herbert Hoover gets stomped out by a guy named Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is when things start to change. More voting for women happens, black rights start being called into question through FDR's political ideals. FDR wins in landslides for 4 straight elections, and then a fellow Missourian takes over for him after he died in 45, named Harry Truman.
Maniac, I gotta tell you, Maniac. So I agree with you. Okay, I really do. I am curious, Maniac. What, in your perspective, what makes like a president, I guess, evil or like Satan, in your estimation? I mean, I have arguments, but I'm just curious what yours are.
It's 1948, and Truman goes against Dewey, and nobody thinks he can win, but he kicks Dewey's ass, however. Something odd kind of happens with this third-party candidate named Strom Thurmond. See, Jim Crow was doing something called segregation, and Thurmond was a big fan of it. He ends up winning 3 states.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Fast forward a bit more, and it's 1964, and boom. This begins the steamrolling of the words conservatives hate most. The Great Party Switch. Civil Rights Act passes. It's affirmative action, but for everything. And strangely, after 100 years away from the Civil War, Dems vote for it, but the caveat is it's Northern Dems. 1964 election comes around, and then enters the godfather of racism himself, Barry fucking Goldwater.
Oh, yeah.
Barry is the first.
Yeah, and by the way, the Republicans have literally come out and apologized for anyway, it doesn't matter, it's just a stupid apology, but, anyway, okay, we'll continue.
To initiate a playbook on the idea that Thurmond tried years ago called the Southern Strategy by appealing to Southern white racists. He doesn't do bad, but Nixon in the next election tries the same tactic, and it works twice.
And I say segregation.
No, yeah, no, I totally agree, Maniac Cuck. No, I'm saying like Maniac Cuck because I agree with you. I'm just curious why you think so because maybe we have different ideas about why presidents are evil. I mean, I could talk about all the war crimes and shit like that. Um, okay.
Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Carter wins the South with his Southern charm, and now maybe the curse of the party switch is just a myth? Well, Lee Atwater enters the chat. The Southern strategy is now perfected.
A lot of options in Maniac Cuck, that's why I'm asking.
Queen. Then another charismatic Southerner named Bill Clinton. The South doesn't look back. Republicans don't want to talk about this because nuance and context never enters their mind. But when you're the one holding Confederate flags at your rallies, not sure if mentioning something that was 160 years ago is going to help you.
Oh, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and remove and tear down every single statue of Democratic Confederate leaders and generals. That includes Albert Pike, Nathan Bedford Forrest, John B. Castleman.
I'm just listening to it, guys, folks.
Robert E. Lee. And while we're at it, we'll also take a look at every military base and library that is
totally agree, Mania.
Racist Confederate Democrats, and we'll go ahead and
Mania. What about Obama? Obama was good. Okay, I'm joking, Mania. You hear a lot of lips say that.
Why the hell not? And why do you care? I thought this wasn't your party. But it isn't. Oh, okay then. So you Republicans can stay over there and us Democrats will happily put a stop to all these disgusting people being recognized. And the last place you will see any of those names unworthy of recognition will be in the history books found in schools and libraries. And you know what? To top it off, we're going to go ahead and burn down the remaining Democratic plantations down south as well. You see, Cotaway Plantation just got burned down.
Yeah, guys, sorry. I'm just doing my face. Sorry, I'm not talking much here. Mania. All right. Hiyori, so that Trump failed. That was good. Thank you very much. So, folks, if you're interested in Trump failed channel, that is it, and I posted it. So, if anyone's curious, all right, guys, let me finish up my makeup. Let's just chat a little bit while I'm finishing up my makeup. Also, so I can give my tooth a rest because it's starting to hurt from all the talking I'm doing. Fair global solidarity. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, like when I talk about presidents, because I'm a teacher and I'm not really allowed to, how do I say this? Say all the presidents are evil. I would typically do it based off relativity. Like you just have to when you're teaching. Yeah, Carter wasn't as bad as maybe some of the others. Doesn't mean he was good. Like anyway, but like same with Lincoln. But anyway, okay, I know I'm being talked about. Okay, I will Trump fail. Thank you. I listened very carefully. So to answer that question, who's more evil, Stalin or Hitler, Hiyori? That's a really hard question to answer, Hiyori. Like it's all relativity. Honestly, though, and I know this is completely my opinion. This is completely my opinion, and many of you will be like, "Oh, you're being biased." Okay, but okay. Again, evil isn't an objective thing, right? I would say Hitler was worse. I got to tell you, technically, Stalin was. You could argue that Stalin may have resulted in the death of more people, maybe. That's if you don't include all the people that died indirectly because of Hitler's war. Exactly, Mania. So but I would say Hitler was more evil. If I were to have to rate people based off evil, like I'm going to give you an example here. Just to give you an example, like Hitler would have been willing to basically exterminate the whole planet except for the Germans. And not even that. He probably would have ended up exterminating most of the Germans. While Stalin famously said, I would gladly, if this isn't apocryphal, like a good way to summarize Stalin would be, he'd be like, I'd gladly sacrifice 49% of the population for the sake of the revolution. Okay. Like, so at least Stalin was willing to sacrifice only less than half of the population. And I'm pretty sure Hitler would have just killed everyone. And eventually he probably would have been the only one left in the world. Now I'm only slightly exaggerating. Okay, so 49% to say 51%. And Mania, I don't know the exact quote, but like, you see what I mean? Hitler was worse. And Stalin would never have I don't think Stalin would have actually killed 49%. But if we're just looking at like ideology or like what they said or whatever, because we don't know that. You see what I mean? So Hitler worse in my opinion. All right. And also, Hitler was more reflective of a system of evil. If you want to use that word, Stalin was more reflective of Stalin. Right? Stalin is not reflective of socialism being bad. Okay, Stalin is not reflective of a problem with a larger system. He's reflective of Stalin. Okay, he was actually bad for the Soviet Union in some ways too. Like for example, he purged all the top generals, like most of the top generals before the Nazis invaded, which made it a lot easier for them to have massive victories over the Soviet armies at the beginning of the war, because all the good generals had been purged because of Stalin's paranoia. And later he was able to fix the situation. He actually got very upset after the Nazis invaded, and he went into his dacha and kind of cried there for a while because he was so upset. But anyway, he also like kind of plotted to form an alliance with the Nazis. Like he was not the best guy. Now he did do stuff that could be viewed as like economics or whatever to help whatever. I guess you could say could be positive, but he didn't have to be the one to do that. You know what I mean? But anyway, um, regardless, I think Hitler was worse. That's my opinion, but that's completely subjective. Okay. Uh, yeah. Also, there was the doctors plot. He purged a bunch of doctors out of his paranoia. It was really hard to find any doctors in the Soviet Union that were good because he had purged so many of them. Like he literally had some paranoia issues that went beyond his fear of like Western spies and things like that. There were some of that, but not. Um, uh, what maniac? What do you say, Maniac? No, literally, Maniac. He wanted to form an alliance with the Nazis. He ended up becoming a non-aggression pact, but he had previously tried to form an alliance with them. I'll show you. Okay, I will show you. Maniac, he tried to form one, and they said no. Okay, they ended up doing the non-aggression pact. Soviets try. Uh, Soviets try alliance with Nazis. And even if, let's say this didn't happen, um, uh, n uh, with Nazis, okay? All right. Here we go. The German-Soviet Axis talks, okay? Here we go. This Soviet-German Axis talks. So, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, talked, concerning the Soviet Union becoming the fourth member of the Axis powers. All right. I can show here. I've so you know I'm not making this shit up. Okay, I know this is Wikipedia, but trust me, I just did this because it's the quickest one. It was called the German-Soviet Axis talks. The negotiations, which occurred during the era of the Ribbentrop Pact. Okay. Uh, uh, okay. So he wanted an alliance. So a lot of the Germans wanted an alliance with the Nazis. Okay. Let's see here. As a matter of fact, Ribbentrop presented um, a draft for the Axis Pact Agreement, um, the Soviets had agreed to it, but then it kind of disappeared because Hitler didn't really want an alliance because he wanted to invade the Soviet Union. So yeah, they tried to become an Axis member. I don't know what else you want me to say, and that like that's what happened. And that would have been rather terrifying. Okay. Um, hey, Maniac Cuck, you can say bruh. Okay, go ahead. You don't have to use Wikipedia if you don't want to, Maniac. Go ahead and look elsewhere. I can look elsewhere if you'd like me to. But they did. They literally did. He tried to get an alliance with the Soviets. Okay, and I studied this shit. I'm just saying. I don't want to use expertise bias here. I'm just saying. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Right, Maniac. Of course, of course, of course it is. Yeah, anything that goes against the worldview is a bias, I'm sure. Okay, even though we have all the documents from this, that's fine. All right. Okay. Let me go back here. I'm sorry. I need to make sure. I need to finish my makeup. I can't really see what I'm doing. All right, almost done here, folks. Folks, please look up if you want to the Soviet-German Axis talks. Okay, they happened. So, all right. Which is also why Stalin was not good for the most historians would say Stalin was not good for socialism because he made socialism a lot more unpopular with some of the things he did. All right, you guys. Oh, there we go. There's my mouth. All right. All right, guys. So, yeah, it's okay, guys. I'm glad. Thank you, Toy Toy. I know, guys. Mania and I disagree on a lot of things. I think you guys have noticed. I love having Mania in here, though. So please don't leave Mania. But we can debate these things. Yeah, that's fine. There are different. Yeah. Um. So. Yeah. Okay. Uh. Okay. Right, guys. All right. Um. Uh. Bup it up. Bup it up. Um. So. 1 second here. So okay. Let's see here. Uh, I'm gonna find here. All right, you guys. Sorry, I'm looking around. Okay, so here we go. This is mine. This is what I look like. Does this look good? Does this look okay, everyone? Uh, um, okay. But guys, no, you shouldn't technically. Yeah, Wikipedia can be good for like finding sources. It's not good to read off of. I know I just did, but I just did it because it was quick. But I can promise you, if you look it up, you can find that there were talks between the Soviet Union and Germany about having them added as a fourth member of the Axis. And Hitler was lying. He was never planning to do it. But the Soviets, mess with it. Okay. Okay. Maniacuck again. Maniacuck. I understand that. You're right, Maniacuck. Does that excuse what the Soviet Union has done too? What they did? Like, so just because this is my thing, guys. Like, all right, all right. Um, I don't know how to. I don't really want to debate this right now. There are so Weirdomorphous Blob. Um, every historical source has flaws, all right? What historians do is that they are experts on the topic and they have to find which documents are reliable, which are not reliable. The Soviet Union opened up its historical archives. Um, uh, folks, that's much better. Thank you, guys. Okay. Anyway. I am not, and so here's my thing, guys. Here's the thing. Sorry, guys. I know it's a mime stream. Okay, let me just. Okay, well, hey, I love you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay, and Weird Amorphous Blob is very bright. Okay, I just want to point out, like, we have this tendency. This is any political ideology to engage in tribalism. Okay, and academically, that's not something you can do. So, like, the people on my side are always angels, are always good. They're the ones who can be trusted. Okay. Uh, but historically, human beings are human beings. It doesn't matter if you're a communist, it doesn't matter if you're a fascist. People will lie, and governments especially lie. They lie a lot. The Soviet Union was a government. There has not been a government in human history that did not lie. That also includes, okay, that also includes the United States. Lies all the time. Lies all the time. Okay. Okay. Oh, I know. Weird enough for blood. Forgive me. I'm not. I know you do. Okay. I'm just saying. My critique is that Stalin was bad for the Soviet Union. Okay. I just think he was. I think it would have been better for socialism if he was not in charge. Like, why do we blindly support Mania Cuck? The word of the Soviet Union on stuff, okay? And this is my concern here, right? Historically speaking, a lot of so-called communist or socialist organizations have been extensions of the Soviet state, have literally been extensions of the Soviet state. So they will typically mix in pro-Soviet government ideology with ideas of communism and socialism, which is propagandistic. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jolly Boy. Okay, which is propagandistic. Okay, pro-Soviet, and a lot of Marxist-Leninists have trouble sorting out the pro-Soviet government propaganda from the socialist Marxist ideology. Okay, because they're mixed together. And it was an extension. Okay. Oh, I know. Oh, uh, uh, so Rosa Luxemburg, who was murdered by the SPD government of Weimar government, was also a Stalinist. Manicuck, I'm not going to talk about that. No. Okay, you're completely misunderstanding this. Okay, that was a completely different time. Anyway, so and by the way, Maniac, I could though talk about. I loved Rosa Luxemburg. Okay, um, the Soviet Union was putting out tons of propaganda at that time. That is just what they were doing. They were trying to implement global revolution, which is the point. But to them, global revolution was mixed with the idea of Soviet domination because they're a government. Okay. So I don't know why we need to defend the Soviet state. It has nothing to do with my love of socialism. Okay. I just don't trust governments and the documents and all that we know historically shows that they were a government and they did things like propaganda, just like the United States did. Anyway, and I don't trust them. Okay. I'm terribly misinformed. That's really funny, Mania. Anyway. Okay. Okay. Right. So let's, anyway. Okay. So let's play a game, folks. What game should we play? I don't have many. Um, uh, okay. Fair point. What are you talking about, Yaha? I'm not sold on it. What do you mean? You're not sold on what? I'm sorry. What are you not sold on? I haven't really talked about much. I could go into more depth. Um, okay. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Well, so let me just tell you something else here, right? I'm not sure. We all can have different opinions on this. I'm just telling you historically, the Soviet Union was was socialist or whatever you want to call it, state capitalist. Some people say it was state capitalist and it wasn't socialist. I don't really care. I think it was socialist, regardless. They did a lot of great things economically. I'm not joking. They had almost no homeless people. Okay, anyway, there was a lot of good things about the Soviet Union, but one of the issues, of course, with the Soviet Union was that it wasn't global socialism. Okay, so it didn't work as well because you need a kind of a global socialist thing. It's complicated. It's not all of it was their fault at all. But Stalin, not a good guy. They were not perfect. America really bad. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Okay. Uh, there. Oh, I got you. Okay. So anyway. Uh, yeah. Yeah. And okay. By the way, I like that you're in here, Maniac Cuck. You mentioned earlier in the stream. I didn't say anything about it. You mentioned a podcast called Deprogrammer. And I know quite a lot about deprogramming. It's a tanky podcast, all right? And I got to tell you, and please forgive me, I want you to listen to whatever you want to, but be careful. A lot of those folks really don't know what they're talking about historically. I mean it. It's misinformation, a lot of what they say. Hakeem does not know what he's talking about, like just doesn't know a lot of the time. Okay. And it's really weird to me how much he does not have a word of criticism for China, which, China's great in a lot of ways, but it's not perfect. No country is. So it's weird that he wouldn't have a single word of criticism there. It's weird to me. Hakeem is also says a lot of misogynistic things. He is he's very obedient to certain governments' lines. I prefer to think more openly. Just something to think about. Um, yeah. Okay. And I also think it's kind of 1984 to use the phrase deprogrammer when, because I've listened to this podcast, they are trying to reprogram people to think in their way, which is very much the government line of like the old Soviet Union and China, which, anyway, it's just weird to me. Just a thought. Other governments. Okay. All right. Moving on. All right. So, okay. Uh, all right, guys, we're done with that. What game should we play? We have options. Um, yeah, no one is immune to propaganda, by the way. And this is not to say I am a socialist, okay, but there are different kinds of socialism. I don't need to be loyal to a government sanctioned form of socialism for it to be, uh, you know, um, from to be a socialist. Okay. Anyway, uh, all right, guys. What game should we play? We got options. Um, Pim the Pompadour on the back. All right. Okay. Um, and also I want to point out, folks, I'm not meaning to. I watched this whole thing, please. What do you mean, Mayflower? Okay, guys, what should we watch? I remember, guys. I just want to point out too. I'm not. I hate doing this, and I'm kind of an arrogant asshole for doing it. I literally in grad school I studied systems of social control, how governments create propaganda, how they control their populations, how they spread that information, and how they use it to control people. I know propaganda when I see it. I know stuff that is meant to be. Yeah, every government does it. It doesn't matter. Is South Korea does it? Okay. 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 So, guys, what should we do? The best protest one-liner contest. Oh, I don't know, Mayflower Kid. Maybe. Um, I wish I could think of something. You know what? I have an idea, folks. Let's do a Sporkle quiz. This time it won't just be me, though. Let's work together on one. Okay. Only dumbasses love ice holes. I love that, Mayflower. Okay, that's fair. Okay, we can maybe do that sometime, Mayflower Kid. So let's do one together. What is um right. All right. Let's find one that we can all do together here, like that we can actually help each other on. Mm, 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 mm. Let's find one that I'm going to be really bad at so that all of you can help me. Uh, entertainment. I'm so bad at. I am so bad at I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Don't worry. At some time we will, Mayflower Kid. I just gotta. I think that's a good idea. I just need to. Cartoons. What the hell's this shit? Oh, yeah. Let's do this. Let's just do this one first. I want to see. Is there like a way to make it bigger so you all can see the images? 5 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna do. Okay. No. Let's do a different one. I'm gonna need help though. I am really bad. Um, yeah, I know, right? Okay, I'm really bad at like. Okay. Pop culture shit. Let's see here. Marvel comic movies. What should we do here? I don't know. Does anyone people know a lot about Marvel or that shit? I don't know a lot about Marvel. Um, I feel like this is not working out very well. Do you guys want to do like GeoGuessr or some shit like we normally do? I was trying to do something different because I feel like I get boring. Uh, you can do Marvel. Let's do Marvel. I don't know anything about Marvel. I don't know if anyone else does. Let's just do a Marvel thing real fast. Okay. I don't hate it. I just think it's super boring. That's my opinion. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying. Okay. Marvel. Marvel characters. Uh, all right, let's do this one. I'm heading down your alley. Okay, let's do this. So what's this image? Oh god damn it. Oh, we're not going to be able to see it. This is not working well. This is not working well. Mm, click the hero logos. Oh, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Will be better. Okay. All right. So do we see these logos? All right. So we have to click the right logo here. Okay. Play quiz. Which of these is greatest American hero? It says greatest American hero. Which one? I know this is going to be hard since you're going to have to tell me. I don't know. Which of these is the greatest American hero? We got 3 minutes. Captain America. So right here is I think this is Captain America, right? This one. Yay! Oh no, we were wrong. Ghostbusters. I know Ghostbusters. This is Ghostbusters. Boop. Captain Marvel. Which one is Captain Marvel? I don't hell if I know. Patriots logo, NFL logo. Which one's Captain Marvel? Uh, Captain Marvel. I don't know who the hell's Captain Marvel. Um, Lightning bolt. Is that it? The lightning bolt is. Do we have? Oh, this one. This lightning bolt. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, Autobots. What the hell's an Autobot? Whatever. What's an Autobot? Two down, two. So right here, Matt Sci Guy. This one, the one that looks like a robot face. Okay, that one. Yay. Thundercats. I do know Thundercats. I don't know what their symbol is though. Hey, we're actually not doing badly here. We only have 2 minutes left. Thundercats. Which one's Thundercats? Is it the one that looks like a bird? This one? Is this the Thundercats one? Bottom left? This one? Oh, that looks like a Thundercat. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Daredevil. That's easy. DD. Okay, DD. What about Punisher? Oh, I know Punisher. All the people put that on. They don't know what it is. Hellboy. What the hell is Hellboy? Wait, oh, that's the guy that looks like a demon. Which one is it? Which one is Hellboy? The hell if I know. Which one is Hellboy? I have no idea. Are any of these Hellboy? Any of them could be Hellboy, to my opinion. Which one is Hellboy? I need help with this one. I can't see the far right column. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Can you see it now? Is that better? Orange with the black cat. This one. This one is Hellboy. This one. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry. I should have. The Tick. Who's the Tick? I don't even know who the Tick is. Who is the Tick? What the hell is the Tick? Is that a thing? Is that a superhero? There's a tick. Does it like jump on you and suck your blood? Bottom row, gray. Oh, I already did that right. Bottom right, this is the tick. Oh, okay, it kind of looks like a tick. Green Lantern, I know Green Lantern. Superman, I know that one. Avengers, I know that one too. Avengers are down here. Watchmen, who the hell? What the hell? Watchmen. Oh, I know Watchmen. Wonder Woman. Weirdly enough, I know some of these. The Flash. What the hell's the Flash? Which one's the Flash? Which one's the Flash? I don't know. What the hell's a Flash? Is that? Oh, I bet this looks like a Flash. Is the lightning bolt Flash? Okay, excellent. X-Men. Oh, okay, you know what? We needed more time on that. We needed more time. Okay, I know. I told you I am so ignorant. I am so ignorant. Okay, you know what? We didn't do that bad. Now the average score is 82. Maybe we should try one where we have more time. You guys want to do one so I can humiliate my lack of knowledge about these things? Uh, yeah, let's do one more. That was kind of fun. Um, okay. Marvel comic movies. Oh, Jesus. This will be kind of fun. Guys, how about we try and name all the Marvel movies? Let's try. Why not? Why the hell not? Aren't they all like the same? I'm sorry. I know I'm being a dick. You all can like what you want, okay? So let's do it. There's the Avengers, right? I know the Avengers. Avenger. Oh, I can't spell it apparently. Avengers. Um. Oh, God damn it. Avengers. There we go. What else is there? X-Men. X-Men, and then X-Men Last Stand. X-Men, whoever said that, thank you. X-Men Last Stand. God damn it. Okay, what else? Captain America. God, we're not going to do this in time, I bet. Captain America, the first Avenger. Okay, Green Lantern. That sounds kind of boring. You just watch a lantern with a green light in it. Lantern. Green Lantern. That didn't do it. Green Lantern didn't do it, weirdly enough. What else? Hulk. Incredible Hulk. I think you just like Bruce Banner. I do know who that is. Avengers: Age of Ultron. Okay, do I have to write the whole? Oops. Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron. Okay, there we go. I guess we only have to Iron Man. What else, guys? Bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange. Blade. Oh, Blade. I actually like Blade. I've seen Blade. Blade 2. Oh, that's easy. I can do that. Blade 3. Oops. Blade 3. Okay. Iron Man. Oh, Iron Man 3. That's easy too. Sorry, folks. I'm having trouble. You guys are all putting good ones. I'm just very slow. Iron Man 3. Oh, that didn't help me much. Is it? Okay. Eternals. Okay, that was easy. Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. I actually liked Doctor Strange. I did see that one. Multiverse of Madness. Oh my God, there's so many. Spider-Man, No Way Home. That sounds sad. No Way Home. Okay, what other Spider-Man? Black Widow. You guys might have to repeat some because it's moving so fast. I'm not writing everyone, but Black Widow, idiot. Sam, God damn it. Okay. Black Widow, Thor. Oh. Ragnarok. Oh, I should just do. It's Thor Ragnarok. Okay, Thor Ragnarok. Why'd they make it so hard to spell? Okay, Avengers Endgame. Okay, I'll just do Endgame. Thor Dark World. God, there's a lot of Thors. That man is very attractive, though, I will say. He can throw his hammer at me whenever he wants. Okay, sorry. Anyway, all right, what else? Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians. Jesus Christ, guys. Hey, Deadpool. I know, guys. I'm sorry, I'm missing some of yours. Deadpool. We'll get just keep saying it until I hear it because I'm trying to save time. Deadpool, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 and 3. Okay, we can do that. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Oh, this is easy. This has got such a long one to have to spell out, though. This takes so much time. Guardians. Groot. I know Groot. Galaxy. Damn it. Galaxy 3. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back. Ant-Man. Ant-Man. Deadpool 2, Deadpool 3. That's easy. I like that. They should name everything like that. Deadpool 2. Deadpool's kind of funny, I will say. Also very attractive. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm so gross. Okay, I'm such a gross degenerate. Forgive me. I feel gross today after talking about all that Nazi shit. Okay. Agent Carter. Oh, that's not one. All right. Bye-bye, Weirdomorphous Blob. See ya. X-Men Apocalypse. X-Men Apocalypse. All right. Fantastic Four. Deadpool and Wolverine. Deadpool, Wolverine. Do I have to? Please don't see. I have to spell out the whole thing. Wolverine. Yeah, there we go. That worked. Shang-Chi. Jesus Christ. Sorry, folks. I know this might be boring for everyone. I like it though. I like it. We're all working well here. This is good. We're actually not doing that badly. As bad as I thought we would. Did I get Fantastic Four? I think I did. Fantastic Four. I think we did that one already. Ant-Man and Wasp. Okay, Ant-Man and Wasp. All right. Silver Lantern. Fantastic Four. No, didn't count for some reason. The Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts. What is it called? What is it called? Black Panther. Daredevil. Quantum Mania. Okay. Quantumania. Oh, that didn't work. Oh yeah, Black Panther 2. Black Panther 2. Do we do Transformers? Oh, I don't know if we did. Transformers. No, we did, I think. What am I missing? What am I missing? Am I missing a lot? Far From Home. Far From Home. There we go. What else? Oh, we got Endgame. Thank you, Hiyori. We got Endgame. Morbius. Oh, dear Jesus. I know about that one. That's funny. Isn't that a bad one? Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix. What about Wonder Woman? Did we do Wonder Woman? Did I spell Phoenix wrong? Dark. I don't know why it isn't working. Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Okay. Oh, is it? Duh. Okay. Oops. Elektra. Okay. Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel. I was about to say Batman, but then you're right. Okay, and then Wonder Woman, 1984. Oh, nope. Nope, nope, nope. We only got half, did we? We got 40. It's not bad. I'm sure you guys would do better if I wasn't the one typing. Ant-Man, Black Panther. Did I do Eternals? Did I do Eternals? We're almost done. Let me try it again. 1984. Maybe no, it's not there for some reason. All right, what are we missing? That's DC, is it? Okay, I think we did Fantastic Four, didn't we? Silver Surfer? Okay. No. Is it what is it? What is it? Avengers Silver Surfer? Avengers? Maybe I have to do the whole thing. Avengers uh Silver Surfer. There we oh. Well, hey guys, we did better than the average score. We did better. The average score is 38%. We got 54 or something like that. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. That's not so bad. We also forgot WandaVision. I forgot to put up WandaVision. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Okay. Um all right, you guys. You know what? I'm gonna put my face back up here. I know I probably scared away everyone by doing that. That's okay. So guys, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get off now. All right. Oh, we should do next time. You're right. We'll do a Lord of the Rings one next time. Okay, that would be kind of fun to me. All right. Where's my face? Why isn't it popping up? All right, you guys. Thank you. Okay, guys, forgive me. Wakanda forever. I'm tired and my tooth is hurting. I'm gonna get off. All right. I've been streaming for like 5 hours anyway. All right, you guys. So thank you all for watching. I'll come back on tomorrow, of course. Thank you everyone who donated. We didn't get to enough for Jester After Dark, but I do thank you for all of your donations, etc. I also posted a new video on YouTube if you haven't seen it. It's just me kind of ranting. It is long. He's already break it into parts. Break it into parts. Okay. It's just long. So anyway, I will. Yeah, you can go watch that video if you want to. It's just a different format. I just decided to rant a bit. That's kind of all it is me ranting at the camera. If you're interested. All right, you guys. So thank you everyone for watching. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, I know. Okay, you're right, Jonas. I know. Okay. First of all, free Palestine. Bye, Emmanuel. Thank you for watching. Bye, Emmanuel. Free Palestine. Number 2, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Don't fall for propaganda. I mean, that's everywhere. You're going to fall for some of it. Okay. Anyway, the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Okay. Thirdly, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Fascism requires people to be disenchanted with their democratic forms of governance. In order to fix that, we need major reforms in this country, major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. We need major reforms, okay? Please don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Advocate for major reforms. On the wall behind me, his name is a sword. That's been passed down to my family for many years. The name of this sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms, etc. You cannot. Please do not let our ancestor sacrifices go to waste. Okay, please don't. Don't do that. Okay. Some of those things we've gained are being rolled back. We cannot let those sacrifices go to waste, okay? And on that note, folks, you all keep fighting for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a great rest of your day. I'll see you again tomorrow. Love you very much, okay? Thank you, everyone, for all your cute little emojis and crap. Make me very happy. And I'll see you all soon, all right? Bye-bye, folks. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. If it lets me go. If it lets me actually turn off the damn thing. Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me? Because like the button is not working. It literally is just clicking. It won't even turn off. I can't leave. I'm stuck. I keep clicking the button, but it's frozen. All right. You know what? Let me see what I can do here. You're all trapped. I'm trapped with all of you here. Okay. Well, I know what I could do. I could turn it off on YouTube. So bye, folks. If you're on YouTube, bye. Okay. Ending it there now.